Good morning, good morning, good morning. It must be Tuesday. How are we doing today? Good to see everybody. Vlad, how the devil are you doing? It's been too long. Welcome on in. Good to see you. So, quick recap. We had a challenge where I thought nobody would put any points in, and apparently everybody went all in, and we met the challenge. So, as you can see just here, the Am I Kenneth challenge was actually for me to play the Barbie original soundtrack from the movie I despise so very much for the whole stream. So here we are. We're doing the thing, okay? We did complete it, so yeah. There we go. Today, as you can see from the schedule, is Am I Kenneth Day. So I'm good, thanks. Nice to see you survive the eating of super hot foods. That was a very long week, Vlad. It was a very hot and spicy week. People were more than generous, but my throat did not thank them. My stomach did not thank them. And still heading further south, lots of other body parts did not thank the generosity. But, you know, it was fun. We had a laugh. We got lots of things done. And Nerduino, welcome on in. Thank you. Wait. Subscribed at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. What is going on right now? My favourite moon person. Wow. 34 months. That's almost 35. I'm not a rocket scientist, but I can tell you that's almost 35 months. Thank you, Nerduino. Great to see you. Nerduino, of course, is San Diego bound at the end of the week because it's time for TwitchCon again. Yet another TwitchCon that passes me by, and I have to pretend like I just don't want to go, rather than, you know, I'm not in a position to refinance my house to fund said trip. So welcome in, Arduino. Let's get a shout out for my favourite moon person, coming in hot with the resub, super subscriber, super indeed.
It's getting big.
It's getting big. I mean, that I thought that was a clip for a moment from Nerduino's OnlyFans page, but no, it is in fact a clip from his Twitch stream. So yeah, do the thing. Follow Nerduino. Has some great science spacey stuff. He even watches launches from his backyard. You can see launches from his backyard. Rockets just like zipping, because that's the noise they make. Zipping in the sky. And yeah, fantastic stuff. Not a big clip, no, but you know, sometimes less is more, Vlad. Okay, keep you wanting. All right, that's how you draw the crowds. So, just saying. Of course, as soon as I join this screen, the dogs start scratching because they want to come back in again. Well, they're just going to have to cotton pick and wait a moment. Okay. Alrighty. So, Ahustronaut. It figures that Harry Cat would find the Ahu emote that I created yesterday. So, oh, there we go. There we go. Spoiler alert. Okay, so I guess I can close out the prediction now. Okay, I don't need to show you. It's not Sonic. It's not Donkey Kong. It is in fact something else. So nobody guessed it right today. Yeah, it kind of tracks, right? That today is the Am I Kenneth Day, and so oh no, it's okay, Lodoc. It happens all the time. And you know, I could put measures in place to stop that redemption being active until I close the prediction, but it's fine. I don't care enough for that. I think it's funny, and I like that people use the redemption, so no problemo. Okay, so yeah, for those that missed it there, I am in fact wearing a shirt for the occasion. Yeah. Not bought specifically for today, obviously. You know, this is something from my summer collection, straight out of my wardrobe. So I hope you like it. I hope you approve, because, you know, I couldn't find a Ken shirt, so we have to make do with whatever we have. Okay. So yeah, I can see now why Berlin always says Lodoc's in trouble. I mean, you know, just comes in causing chaos. Not here 2 seconds, and yeah, chaos ensues. Special date night t-shirt. Well, you know, Barbie doesn't text anymore, doesn't return my calls, so we're done. After today, this shirt is gone. You know, I'm not giving her any more publicity. That's it. Don't reveal my secret. I mean, you know, some people say it could be like a standing joke. It could be something that Berlin has written into law that Lodoc is always in trouble, but sometimes it's just the truth, right? Sometimes it just is. So, yeah, today we're actually going to get back into Rescue Ball. So, funny story, only... All right, so we have a Dukasoft coming in, and then we have an iOS Droid, not quite fully iOS, not quite fully Android calendar widget. Thank you, Dark Muppeteer. Hilarious story, in fact. No, not really. No, and you'll see why in a minute, Freshie. I mean, it's a bit of a story, but I'm going to go into it. So I'm glad everybody's enjoying the new emote that I created yesterday. You know. Berlin threatened to take me out of the friend contract if we didn't have something relating to it, because his fingers were getting tired to keep typing AHU space, AHU space, AHU. That's a lot of key presses, okay? So I said to him, well, hold on, wait a minute. Before you revoke the friend contract, let me just go ahead and create this emote, and then all you need to do is go click, 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 job done. So I didn't actually think Dukasoft was going to come in with 1,000 of them, but good to see you, Dukasoft. Hope you're doing well. If it's what I think it is, I was there for the start of it. Actually, no, it's not what you think it is, Freshie, because this is a story from this morning. Dieses Morgen, as they say in certain parts of Germany. Actually, no, you were there for the start of it. Yeah, thinking about it, it did start last night while I was watching Freshie's stream. So yeah. Freshie knows half the story. So, the story begins. Last night, I'm thinking ahead, what prep I need to do for today's stream. I know it seems like it's just like not prepared at all, but I do put certain things in place. And one of the things I thought was, well, today we're going to be working. Oh, geez, I've got to listen to this for the whole stream. Anyway, not distracted at all. Squirrel! So one of the things I knew we'd be doing today is more work on Rescue Ball. And so I thought, well, let me just fire up the Unity Hub, which for those that don't know, the Unity Hub contains a list of your most recently opened projects and which versions of Unity they open in, and can also allow you to install new Unity versions and, in fact, as is the crux of this story, uninstall Unity versions. Now, those people not keeping their eye on the news lately might not know that Unity had a security issue they found in pretty much almost all of the versions of Unity. Now, there were no bad actors. It was never actually used against anybody that has Unity. It was a security analyst that found it and worked with Unity, and all the versions are now patched. However, it's not an automatic patch. You have to install a new version, a patched version of Unity. And I had 3 or 4 versions of Unity on my PC. So a week or two ago when the announcement came out, I uninstalled all the versions from my PC. Critical part I forgot: to install any other versions. So yeah, I went to load up Rescue Ball last night, ready for today, and I didn't actually have Unity installed. So, all right. So, first part of the story, no Unity. Okay, so I'll go into Unity Hub. Okay, this is the new version I need. Install this version. Okay, so set it to install. Starts installing. I bid goodnight to Freshie because time was ticking on, and Freshie stays up later than I do because I'm not allowed to have late nights because of school and stuff. So I left Freshie doing his thing. Left Unity installing. Went to bed. Got up this morning. Yay! We have Unity installed. Unity is installed. Now, Unity patched them, and then they made a micro version change, so it's just a very slightly different number on the end. I think I went from 0.4 to 0.6 or something. So great, it's installed. All I need to do now is tie that version to Rescue Ball, open it up. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, as they say, maybe in England. No, it was never going to be that simple, was it? It seems simple, but it was never going to be that simple. So one thing I just noticed, and I don't know if TD is still here. It says congratulations to TD, but it hasn't actually updated the badge. Why don't we have TD's badge there? Why is it Balint's badge? Anyway, squirrel. So yeah, I went to load in Rescue Ball and it said, you thought it was just going to be as easy as like loading up your project like it is normally. Yeah, TD, you must have rebranded. It looks like you got a science badge there, mate. Look. Nice. I mean, Balint might have something to say about it. It looks very similar to the Science Streams badge. But anyway, we'll fix that in a minute. So yeah, it said, no, you're not just going to load your project in. We're not going to make it simple for you. I know that it's not long until you stream, but guess what? I'm going to tell you that your project is corrupt. Yeah. Is it like a game jam project I've been working on for 2 weeks? No. It is Rescue Ball that I started some 12 months ago. Yeah. Do I use source control so I can roll back, like get a version or something? No. Do I have backups? Yes, I do, but thankfully I didn't need them because Unity said, okay, it's corrupt. What we can do is we can delete the library folder, which is pretty much where everything temporary, like your assets and your scene setup and that kind of stuff, is stored, and then it will recreate it for me. So I said, okay, do that. And then I got down on my knees and I prayed to the Unity gods, and I'm like, please spare my project. It's been good. It's on the nice list at Christmas. So if you could. And yes, it finally opened. And aside from a couple of tiny errors with something unrelated to me, it was actually assets that were in the project, I think we're okay. I think we're in good shape. I hit play and the car started driving around the city. The birds started flying around like they didn't have a care in the world. I pressed the F button on the keyboard and flooded the city twice, and that worked. So unless something dramatic happens, I think we're okay. I think we're in good shape. And the version of Unity we're using now is the version without the security flaw. So huzzah! Lodoc, how are you? Welcome on in. Good to see you. I know I've spoken to you already, but I'm actually I'm a bit spacey today, and not in a good way. Not spacey like, hey, let's go and watch Nerdwino, the former NASA scientist, because he has the best space stream on Twitch. Kind of like, whoa, wait, where am I? What happened today? I don't know if it's just the excitement of Am I Kenneth Day? I don't know if it's the excitement of wearing a Barbie t-shirt, but as Freshy correctly points out, I may have to rebrand to Bit Spacey today. I don't know what's going on. It's not, I mean, I joke sometimes about, not being on my meds. I don't actually take any meds. Nothing prescription anyway. Standard stuff like vitamins and over-the-counter things, but nothing that would be an issue if I hadn't taken them. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on this morning, but Lodoc gets a second high like they just arrived. So, see, it's the opposite to Balint. When Lodoc joins Balint's stream, Balint's like, oh, Lodoc, you're in trouble. What? Jern, the Irish heartthrob, the king of the pirates, the fantastic solo developer of Rise of Piracy. How in the ding-dong devil are you, my friend? So many besto-friendos showing up today. 37 months. 37? Jern, do you know this? That's nearly 38. Yeah, it is. Not a lot of people know that. Well, not a lot of people that can count, but that is nearly 38 months. Thank you so much for your support. Oh my goodness, that means that when we start putting new animated emotes in soon, Irish John Games is actually going to get access to them. Unrestricted access to my bits. Yeah, it's true. It's just one of the many subscriber perks that you can have. Yeah, so let's get a shout out. Let's get a clip going. Let's see the handsomeness that is.
Jern Jam coming up in a couple of weeks.
Jern!
It's not showing on the Jams page in Itch, but hopefully they get the thumb out.
Well, that was Jern Jam 3, and we just had Jern Jam 2025,
well. We got some sponsors,
aka Jern Jam 4. So if you love pirates, or if you love Unity game dev streams, or if you love that Irish accent, or if you just love that guy right there, definitely drop him a follow, because that's the thing to do. Okay. Bit Spartans, what is your profession? Why is mocking me as I'm choking on stream live so funny? I'm clearly missing something. Is it just that Balint tied it into an NPC crying? Is that the whole thing? You know, I just felt that I didn't want to lose Balint as a friend, and that if I didn't give him the newest emote that Dukasoft is demonstrating right there, you know, he might terminate the friend contract. So yeah, I just kind of had to do it. Instalurk, you see, Irish John Games is very, very busy. Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of pressure on a solo dev that is under an amazing publisher like Microprose. All right. And while he delivers on every stream, he also has to deliver off stream as well. So he's always running around. Of course, he's got his Irish mansion now as well, which, you know, has to be furnished, and he has to get everything set up for that, for his new digs. So that takes a lot of time as well. He is very Irish. I did think about rebranding just because he's become so popular, and changing it from Bit Gamey to English Lee Games, but it just didn't have the same ring to it. I don't know. So the Ahoo emo is one of a few that I need to add in. So I'm not sure whether to do some more text ones or just to buy some. I know most 95.268% of my emotes are purchased from Etsy, because I don't really have any artistic skills or talent to create my own. Not like Balint, who we established on his stream last night. It was quite funny because on Balint's stream, he said, "Oh my goodness, I saw this streamer and they had 97 emotes. 97. And I said, 97? Balint, you do know you have 99 emotes, right? And he's like, no, wait, what? It was actually chuckle-worthy. You received the sticker. Excellent. I sent one sticker out to somebody, and it got returned. I have no reason. I have no idea why. There was no reason given from the post office. They're just like, yeah, we didn't attempt to deliver. We damaged your envelope, and even though the contents are still in there, we're just going to send it back to you. So pretty much the stamp you've put on it now is worthless. And good luck. The good almighty USPS, people. All right. So I actually have the envelope right here. That's how the back of the envelope looked. Can't really see, but at the top corner, this corner, there you go. Look, it's all ripped open. Like the mailman just wanted to see what was inside. Let me see. I'm not trying to dox anybody, but there it is with the yellow sticker on it. And what that says, because you probably can't read it up close, it says Return to sender, attempted, not known, unable to forward. What? What does that even mean? Why? Send out quite a lot of stickers. That mailman, I tell you, right? This is the same mailman that every time Nerdwino tries to deliver something to me, doesn't actually reach me, and then the next day I see the mailman driving around with Nerdwino pins on and stickers on his cup and stuff like that, and I'm like, wait, you know Nerdwino? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that mailman. I bet Berlin would enjoy making some for you. Yeah, I'm sure he would. Thank you for the emotes. It's perfect. Okay, I'm glad you like it, Harakat. Yeah. That was funny that he didn't realise how many emotes he had. I know, right? It's like, wow, 97. Who has that many? Well, not you. You got 99. Ha ha. Oh, a little injection, a little slip into the side by Dukasov there, trying to throw a bit of Elvis into the Barbie movie soundtrack playlist. See how it is. Elvis has left the building. Change of address, and the person didn't leave a forward address. It's not, though, because I spoke to the person and I even sent them screenshots. I sent them scans of the envelope and I said, look, for some reason, they can't deliver this to you. And they said, I'm going to go and speak to the post office and find out what's going on, because I haven't received mail for like the last week and there's no reason. Nothing's changed. So, yeah, I'm waiting to hear back from said person about why possibly that didn't get through. And what I need to do, I'm very lax in getting the others sent out. I've got to tell you, I'm not going to lie. I still have the stack of envelopes here. I need to get to the post office. It is, what I'm learning is it's very challenging to do anything when you stream every single day. When I streamed Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, thank you for that follow. Appreciated. When I streamed Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, the days in between, you could like do stuff. Not like do stuff and make things, or make things and do stuff. I could actually get to the post office and do things. So what I'm aiming for now, because I stream every weekday, is maybe shorter streams, and then that might allow me to do something after the stream, rather than, oh, the stream finished at this time and then I had to run and fetch Mrs. Gamey from work, and now the post office is closed, so I can't get there. So yeah, I do have to get to the post office. I think I have some regular stamps to send the US ones off. I just need to buy some more global stamps to send the international ones off. Okay, so chat, let's play a game. I'll post 98 of science emotes. You tell me which one is missing. Yeah, no. Because, I mean, unless you're tier 3 subscriber on Berlin's stream, you can't actually get to anything beyond the first 76. So 76 are for tier 1 subscribers, and then there's a few more for tier 2, and then a few more for tier 3. So because speaking to the post office is always so productive. Do you know what? You're not wrong, Nerdwino. They try their best, but I do always feel like it's almost, they're just like the front desk staff and they don't really know what goes on in the back. Which is Merry Christmas, Barbie. What? Do you know what? Certain people in chat are always trying to request Ken songs, and they're not very successful because I've put certain things in place to stop them from being played. And today I have no control. It's just, let's have at it. Let's go. So, yeah. Actually, to be fair, the postmaster at our local post office is very helpful. We have a very tiny post office, Arduino. I don't know how big the post office is where you are. I'm guessing probably somewhat larger than ours. Yeah, it's not a huge town that I live in. They're always very friendly. Sometimes they get very busy and there's a queue out the door. But yeah, they're not too bad, I gotta say. Hasty Graph, now you've chatted, I can say thank you again for that follow. We do have anonymous follows on, so I don't call people out for the following until they chat. So welcome in. Good to see you. Finding which emoji is missing out of 76 is far too easy. Best I move on then. Exactly, Captain Anosa. Because you'd put like 75 in and everybody would go, that's obviously just the licky animated emote. So, yeah. Nice try, though. Bah, I was looking forward to this game. Were you, though, Dukasoft? Were you? Every time I need to vote by post in another country, I keep having to tell them, please just send it as is. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's because I put their username instead of their actual name, because I do that for other people and there's not an issue. Unless it got to the post office and they're like, this is obviously not the person's real name. We've done a lookup and that address shows nobody with this name living at that address, so that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. Thank you. I didn't receive Balint's once. Really? You didn't receive anything from Balint? I mean, that's just rude, isn't it? He probably said he sent it, but you know Balint, right? Let me just mute the mic for 2 shakes of a lamb's what's it, and then I'll be back. I've got to let these dogs in because they're scratching at the back door is like nails down a blackboard or a chalkboard for me. So, oh, and just as the Barbie Girl song comes on, which I'm pretty sure they're all Barbie girls today. All right, where do we get to? Don't do that to Germany. They will not deliver it. Beata TV does not exist as far as the Bundespost are concerned. Yeah, so I did wonder that. I mean, this was in the US. I don't really think they care too much here, do they? They're like, yeah, well, we'll just deliver it anyway. Timing is impeccable then. I mean, we try for some good timing. And Bit sends me mail. He writes, idiot as the name. I always get it for some reason. Oh, that is just an untruth. It's Sir Idiot. I always put Sir at the front. Let's not lose the respect. Dukesoft, please. USA, they don't seem to care. Yeah. Tasty, that bounce. Tasty bringing all the bounces today for the drop game. But in Norway, I received it with username. Yeah, I have to admit, I was excited for a moment. I thought I've made it into the cauldron, but alas. But you know what? As soon as it resets, as soon as that cauldron disappears, you can have another go. There's no limit to the amount of goes you can have, unless obviously you try it again before the cauldron disappears. But I mean, the clock counts down. I think it's like 60 seconds, 2 minutes maybe, after the last person that can drop has dropped. But Harrier Cat just reset the clock, so yeah. Let's thank Harrier Cat for it not resetting. Just saying. Okay. Oh, good. I have 73 more emotes to drop. There you go. You see, Captain Anosa clearly is a subscriber to Balint of Science Streams. Who is Science Streams, you might ask? I mean, I think most people here know him, but he's 1/4.
That's right. It's 14
this team. And there also is Danny Anduza, paleontologizing.
Those genes are already part of the gray wolf.
Right.
So it's a very, very small percentage of anything that's actually being done, which was frustrating to me because I feel like it's far too propped up and like sensationalized. It doesn't really sound like it's what they make it out to.
Who isn't a subscriber after that level 15 shared hype train highlight of the year? Yes, that was definitely a pretty big hype train. Quite amazing. Shared between, of course, Science Streams and Irish John Games when they co-hosted the Journ Jam this year. I know you was asking, but here I am with the progress. if anybody wants to play, I think you just missed the burb. But I hear squeaking. If it stays on long enough, you might get to see the garbage truck. Yeah, it's garbage truck cam. So let's see if in fact it can stay on long enough, because it's just emptying the neighbors. You get all the cool stuff here. I even show you garbage, not just the content. I mean, actually viral webcam as well. Here we go. There he is. Boom! Boom! There he goes. Okay. That's the highlight of today's stream. You might as well close out the tab now. Yeah, if anybody wants to play the Journ Jam game from Code with TD, and go click on that link. It's a very frustrating platformer. Frustrating in a good way, of course. Yeah. I wasn't aware of science streams, but thanks for sharing. Nice to see streamers engage in less mainstream stuff. Yeah, you know, I guess it depends on what your definition of mainstream is. Some people I speak to aren't even aware, not talking about Berlin, obviously, specifically, but a lot of people aren't even aware that gaming streams exist. They just think Twitch is a gaming platform. If you want to watch someone play Super Mario Brothers, if you want to watch someone play Zelda games, you know, then that's what it is. But it is not. Garbage truck hype. See, Tasty Graph is getting all up in it today. There is non-gaming content on Twitch. So you have science streams, or science streams, okay, does all the sciencey stuff, and then you have space streams like Nerduino does space content, and then you have game development streams like I sometimes provide, and then you have like makers and crafters where people do quilting, sewing, crocheting, and then you have the DJ streams where people stand there and do the tunes on the decks and things like Captain Crabs. I mean, then you get like people like Moxie Drinker that do IRL streams and go out and touch grass so we don't have to. And you can accompany people on their streams to museums and things. So yeah, there's all kinds of categories out there. It's craziness. Yeah. I, the sub hater, come here. Kuko, how are you doing today? And I know the answer is probably going to be Sag, because it usually is, but hopefully you're doing okay, even if you are Sag. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know it's hard to believe, Nerduino. There is actually non-gaming content. Yeah. I think it started off as an esports platform, didn't it, Twitch? I think they were doing like esports events and things. Can you please do me a favor? Can you please DM the type of webcam you have? Thanks. I'll go one better than that, Moxie. I will pull up a URL. I'll put it in chat, and then you can pull it up instantly instead of having to worry about going over to DMs and Discord and all that stuff. Let me just pull up that URL for you. Big Gamma Huckry. Okay. I mean, it's a little bit different to what we normally see from Berlin, but then it is a new emote that Berlin forced me to make. So welcome in, Berlin, of Science Streams. We were just talking about you. It's like your ears were burning or something. Welcome on in. We just got a clip of you and we saw you chatting away to... We saw you chatting to the mighty Anduza of paleontologizing. And as promised, as you can see from the thing here, it is Am I Kenneth Day. So, and did you see we almost got the first place thing working, Berlin? Look, over here. Look, who was first in chat today? It was Code with TD, but it didn't update the avatar, so we need to have a look at that. First chatter avatar. Why did it not update? Let's have a look. Okay, I see why it didn't update. Let me just see if we can put something in there real quick to get it to work, because we need to get that fixed. First chatter set. First chatter verbiage. TD, are you still here, TD? Last call for TD before I go and look it up myself. All right, I'll go and look it up myself. It's weird because he doesn't normally lurk until I've given him a shout out, which I have not done yet. So we need to take a look at the action history, and we need to scroll back to when the action actually ran today, for the first in chat, which would have been, what time do we start now? 10 a.m. So let's scroll back to the 10 a.m. slot, and blah, blah, blee, blah, blue, blah. Let's have a look where we actually... First chatter bot check. It wasn't a bot. Inspect variables after run. So we had that message. It pulled in code with TD. And hopefully in here we're going to find the URL. There it is. Target user profile image URL. So nice, easy to remember. Variable name there. So now if we go back to the actions, and then in the first chatter set, we have blee blah blue blah. What am I doing? Favorite sub actions. Is it in there? No, it is not in there. We need to go to I want to set a browser source, so I have OBS Studio, set browser source URL, that's the one we need, and then the URL needs to be where did it go? Oh no, I didn't save it. What is going on right now? So the scene we need to set it in is the main display. And the browser source we need to set is called first chatter avatar. So for now, we're going to temporarily set it. Okay, we're going to jump over to the action history again. And obviously, you know, it was too much for my copy and paste to actually work. So let's do it again. Inspect variables after run. And there it is. And it is in fact target user profile image URL. All right, so we'll copy that out and put it in there, and then the actual URL that it copied, copy value. So now if we come over here and we change this to this, and okay, there we go. Look, it's actually updated. Now it's showing handsomeness that is TD. There we go. Okay, so I just need to add this variable name now to the action. Down here, first chatter avatar, and it needs to be that. Okay. All right, it should work next time. Huzzah. All right, we probably need some tweaking. We need to make it look a bit nicer, but there we are. All right. I had to mouse over that emoji to figure out what it was saying. When they were said back to back like that, it sounded like something entirely different. Yeah, so usually we have Big Gam Duckleson or something. It's very funny when TTS tries to pronounce the name of the emotes, which is why I haven't disabled it. I mean, I could disable TTS from saying anything that begins with bitgam, which would get around it, but I don't know, it's quite comical sometimes. Lots of phishing. Am I meant to be able to see what you're working on because I'm seeing your weekly schedule? No, not at this time, Tasty Graph. When I do anything on the back end, shall we say, in StreamerBot, it's only going to be a couple of minutes. So while I could fire it up and show everybody, it's not very interesting. So I don't tend to. I like to do live fixes. Otherwise, let me tell you what happens. I'll be like, look, the avatar's not working on the first chatter. All right, let me open up Notepad. Let me put it in my fix list for today. All right, so fix avatar, blah, blah, blah. If you saw all the open windows and tabs and everything else I have on my 3 monitors, it sometimes gets lost. Yeah, I can't see the wood for the trees, as they say. So if it's a quick fix like that, which I figured it would be, and I just prefer to do it live and get it done and then don't have to worry about it. And then next stream, if it doesn't work again, I'll see it doesn't work and then I'll worry about it then. So many distractions and impulses, right? I mean, I have 3 different browsers open, multiple tabs in the browsers. I have obviously OBS open because I'm streaming. I have multiple notepads open because I pretty much use that as my post-it note system. I have my 2 art packages open for different reasons. I have Unity open, where we're going to take a look at Rescue Ball in a minute. Lurkbait is open so people can do the phishing. Obsbot Center is open. That's what we were going to do. You see, I almost forgot, Moxie, but I remembered by going through my stuff. I was going to pull you up a URL, wasn't I, for the webcam. I did consider, and I don't think I ever did it, doing like a specs list beneath the stream so people can see things like the hardware I'm using, but
since it's mostly potato PC and everything attached to it, I didn't think it was that interesting. I'm being squished! I'm being squished! Down my potato!
Oh, thank you for that. When I'm coding, I have a physical notebook next to me where I write it in my book. If I get it from the PC for a break, I write what I was working on so I can pick it up or I forget. I do that too. I keep it old school. I have about 3 or 4 notebooks in my drawer for separate projects. When I'm working on one of the projects, bring it out. Because what I don't want to do is like have a bunch of notepad files open everywhere. I guess I could use Trello. Sometimes I use Trello, but I also like to keep it old school. If I get an idea for one of the projects, not necessarily a project that I'm working on at the time, I'll just pull out the book, just scribble it down on a page, close it, and then when I get back to that project, it's there and ready to rock and roll. All right, so without further ado, because nobody likes ado, let's find out. Let's find out the URL for the webcam that I use. Okay, so OBS Tiny SE HubSpot. Nope, that's the Amazon link because they pay more money than the actual manufacturer. Oh, Darth comes in and tries to disconnect me, which is now on a randomizer. And it said, not this time in particular. Thank you, Dark Lord. So. All right, so Moxie. Are you still with me, Moxie? Oh, Arges. Wait, what? Get ready to cue silly face. Silly face. Here we go. Whoa. GG's, Dark Muppeteer. You really are top of the spin class today. Good job. All right, so the webcam that I am currently using, or the one from my main webcam, is in fact here. So Earth to Moxie, Moxie Drinker 1. There you go. There's the link for you. So if you click the link in chat, this is where you'll get to. This is what it looks like, my webcam. The only way for me to show you the actual webcam is to use the other webcam, which I don't think you actually need to see it. I think you can use your imagination. This is how it looks sitting atop my monitor. It has smart tracking, which we don't use. I turned off the smart tracking. I don't want to go like this to reach down on the floor for something and it follows my face. So, yeah. Now, I feel like it requires me to use the Eraser DLC, which I'm not a fan of, as it adds sprinkles to the desk, so I just use a fine line pen, 0.8mm. See? The devil's in the detail. We need the details, and Tasty Graph delivers. So how long have you been streaming, Tasty Graph? Get a shout out. Teacher and care worker that loves to draw, paint, play video games, and sometimes even make games myself.
What level am I currently? I am level 5 and I have 20,000 X. Oh, I was in the wrong chart. I was looking at Thief XP.
Wrong chart, dang it! Don't you hate when that happens?
Crystal matey. Here we go. Mage XP level.
Oh, you went a
5.
little bit Scottish there for a minute.
Never mind. It's not going to happen.
Went out with it a smack bottom. I can always draw a line over anything I don't want to keep. I don't stream anymore. I used to ages ago. Thank you for the shout out. Okay. Well, I never know when people come in if they're just a viewer or if they're a streamer as well. And then when I click on the name, generally I click on the name and then I go over there and I click on the schedule link on their page. And then it says, this person last streamed, and it'll say a week ago, a year ago, whatever. And I normally use that as a basis, but I thought, you know what? I'm just going to roll the dice today. I'm just going to do a shout out, because when I clicked on your name, I saw you had 745 followers, and I was like, okay, well, let's do the thing. So we click on schedule, which is what I normally do. And then it in fact says, the next stream is on Wednesday. So Twitch still thinks you're streaming. Okay, you might think you're not. But Twitch is pretty demanding, okay? Twitch can be a demanding mistress and is actually saying that you will stream on Wednesday, hump day, tomorrow, if you will, at 1 p.m. Central. So we're all going to be tuned in. We're all going to be waiting. And don't disappoint us, please. All right? Just putting that out there. I'm just a viewer. I always look for streams to hang out on where I can lurk and sometimes chat. Oh, oops, I'll have to turn that off. No problem. That's what we're here for, to make me look better by pointing out other people's flaws. No, not really. That's not at all what it's about. Oh look, Milo. No, where's he going? No, he's not having a bath today. Oh, he went down the other side. A for effort. Dark Muppeteer. Okay, so yes, this is the camera I bought. So the reason I got this one in particular, Moxie, is when I found out they were called PTZ cameras, pan, tilt, zoom, it gave me a better way for looking them up. Because I wanted a webcam. The webcam I had was okay, the Logitech C922. That was fine. I mean, we're now using it for the burb cam because it's pointed out my window. But it didn't have any interactivity. Viewers couldn't do anything with it. And so I wanted something that they would be able to control. So like when we have the bit shirty redemption, points down at my shirt. When we have the what time is it redemption, it spins around, points at my wall clock, zooms in, just does it automatically. So yeah, that's the kind of things that I wanted. Now when I move into the bedroom at the other end of the house in the next week or two, I will have a wall behind me and it will have the clock on the wall, so it won't need to pan and tilt and zoom anywhere anymore. So that redemption is probably going to go away because there'll be no need for it. Bit shirty will still be there. You'll still be able to point down and look at my six-pack. Anyway, you can still point down and look at my shirt. And then we need to think of what we can do with the remaining remaining two. The remaining two presets, because you get 3 presets on it. So you can actually point the camera somewhere, you can zoom it in on something, set it as a preset, and then you just need to click a button and it will in fact do the thing for you. Steve, how are you? Welcome on in. I'm on a shout out kick this morning, so even though Steve's just got here, friend of the channel, we're actually going to do a shout out so you can see. Fellow streamer bot
This
user.
is what it looks like without the background.
See?
I guess kind of alone like this, it looks kind of cool.
All the effects.
But let me go to my split screen. And
I wonder if there's any way we can identify streamers as affiliates.
No,
We already identify the partners and we put the partner badge at the top. It'd be nice if we got to identify affiliates and also ambassadors, like Berlin from Science Streams. And put that badge up there. All right, I feel like I'm not really getting down my list very far this morning, but yeah. So if anybody has any questions about this webcam, I mean, this website will probably answer most, if not all, of your questions. But I've been using it for a few months now, and I'm quite happy with it. I'm pleased. I use StreamerBot, as most people know, and there is an extension that was created that allows me to control it from there. So that was ideal. That was actually one of the things I looked up before I even bought the webcam, because I thought, well, if I can't have viewers control it, that's the main reason I'm getting it. So while I did have some teething problems getting it working initially, it seems to be fairly stable now. The only thing I don't like is when you reboot your PC, the software for it forgets the IP address. Yeah. And I've Googled it, and I don't see anybody else with the same issue, but somebody that helped me get it working in the early days said they have the same thing. When they reboot, it forgets on their PC as well, so it's very bizarre. I mean, mostly it's not an issue because I don't reboot my PC very often, because I have a lot of stuff that needs to run in... Oh, hello. 5 minutes past 11. There we go. Yeah, because of a lot of automated stuff I have running on this PC as well, it needs to stay on all the time. So it's not very often it gets rebooted. It's just annoying that I have to remember when it comes back up that I need to pop that IP address back into the software. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting ready to go touch grass. I'm going to the Japanese mini mart. Excellent. So if you want to go to the Japanese mini mart, assuming that Moxie is streaming it, if he's not, then you won't get to go. He found a Japanese mini mart recently that has a lot of Gundam and Japanese sets and things and toys in. So yeah, did actually post pictures, I believe, on Nerdwino's Discord server, I think. Yeah, so fun times. All right, let me have a look at mine. Now we've covered the webcam. Let's close that out. So speaking of Discord servers, unsurprisingly, I do have Discord server. And if you are into game dev, you are into games, you are into discounts and bundles and making massive savings, get yourself over there, because what was posted this morning, this asset right here, okay, I'm going to put the link in chat. There it is. 24 of your American dollars and 99 cents this cost yesterday. It went free overnight, and my server, my Discord server, went, hey, this has gone free. This $25 asset here is now free. Quick, grab it while you can before the developer puts the price back up again. So I did grab it. If I pause the Barbie music just for one moment. That's not really... How about we go on to the actual music instead of the ad? Sound effects. If you want fantasy sounds of chests opening, crates being tampered with, loot boxes, this might be the thing for you. 50 high quality sound effects, perfect for RPGs and fantasy games, ideal for item pickups, chest openings, and treasure rewards. So, yeah, get that added to your collection. I know it says add to my assets here, but if I hit refresh, choing, you purchased this item today. I did. I mean, purchased it might be a bit of a stretch because it's free, but yeah, I added it to my collection today. So there it is. That's that. I'm going to remind you every day until the offer ends for Duolingo. New subscribers and gift subscribers get 3 months free of Super Duolingo and a Gamer Duo badge, which I know at least Code with TD actually gifted a sub last week and also managed to get the code and redeemed the code and now has 3 months of Super Duolingo. Yeah, not regular Duolingo, Super Duolingo, the one that comes with the virtual cape. That one. Yeah. I have to ask, are you a mind reader? That's exactly what I need at the moment for a project. Well, not Duolingo, but the fantasy audio. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. And I'm not just like farming for members for my Discord server, but if you're not already on my Discord server, it really is a treasure trove, a gold mine. I mean, you got people like Irish John Games, Mahusive, game dev streamer. He shares one of my channels to his server because, you know, who doesn't like paid assets for free? And I'm not talking about piracy. I'm talking about being alerted when developers make them free for a short period of time. So, yeah. Excellent. Let me do the thing I normally do, because if I scroll up here and I click on the welcome channel, I can see Dark Muppeteer has joined, so I wave to say hi, and Tasty Graph. Look at that. I don't get many people join on a daily basis, so 2 in one day is actually quite a boon for me. Yeah, I mean, I think there's over 700 members on there now, so there's a lot of people, but it's one of those, I'm going to call it a reference type server. There's not a lot of engagement, okay? There's over 700 people on there, but there's not a lot of people that chit-chat. You can ask questions. I'm very responsive. I pretty much spend all day in the server. I have alerts set to go to my phone if I'm not at my desk. And also, if there's any posts that you think are a bit sus, anything where there's like dead links, because a lot of the posts are automated, then you can just put the red cross emote onto that post and it tells me. It's like, hey, Bit Gamey, take a look at this post somebody's alerted you to, and then I go and check it out. So one thing I do say to people is once you join, I don't know how good it is, the onboarding thing about telling you to join or go to the Rules and Roles channel. On the Rules and Roles channel, there's just emotes that you click on, and then it'll light up channels you're interested in. So if you like Unity deals, ting. If you like Unreal deals, ting. There's like different roles you can assign yourself. And then the only channels you're interested in that have roles attached to them will light up. So you don't get like all 50 channels showing like you do when you join some servers. I'm not going to mention any names. Yeah. I've been postponing adding audio for a bit now. Been postponing adding audio for a bit. Okay. I already have the code made for it, just haven't gotten into the whole listen to audio, pick out the right ones, implement into game, etc. I think people that don't create games and people that don't really watch streams of people creating games, like the last 2 weeks where I was creating a jam game, don't necessarily appreciate what goes into the audio side of it. You know, it's not just a matter of, oh, I'm going to go to this place and I'm going to type in swords clanging together. Oh, and there's the audio. Let me just drag that into my game. It's not that easy. Like with any type of thing in your game, it's nice if you can find one developer or one pack like this where all the sounds are similar in that, you know, you can tell they should all be in the same game. Whereas, you know, don't, instead of going to freesound.org, which I do like occasionally, and then finding a sound from one person and then a sound from somebody else, and then it all ends up being a mishmash. So it is good when you can find them all in one place like that. So I don't make a habit of putting things on the stream, like the links on my Discord server, unless it's something like this where, hey, this was a $25 asset. I can see why, because of how good it is. So let's tell the party people, those that aren't necessarily in my server, my Discord server, about it. Because I mean, here's another one, okay? Another one that just went free. Literally less than half an hour ago, this went free. It's usually $6.99. But today it's free. Horror plush toys, spooky alien mascots. So I'm guessing these are probably mechanoid rigged so that you can use them with any animations like from Mixamo. I mean, I don't see these being in a main project unless they were like possibly toys in a toy box or if it was a jam game. But you know, it was $7. And now it's free, and 10 adorable, might be a bit of a stretch, but 10 adorable characters, alien mascots. And speaking of alien, if you haven't yet seen one of the latest animated emotes from my duck collection, that would be this one. But yeah, $6.99 yesterday, or this morning even, and now the developers made it free for a short period of time. So if I add to my assets, I do believe I have at least one more asset from this developer because the style looks similar to something I've seen before. Have we sort by price? Nope, not sort by name, sort by price. Okay, so it has the serial killer guy, it's free. Morbid creature guy is free. Cursed toy Shadowlock, I haven't seen that one. We'll snag that. Top-down cartoon cave kit. I mean, let's add that too. Possibly, instead of actually clicking on it, maybe I can. Put by price. I've got that. I've got this one's free. That's free. Cursed Priest, which was very good. I think that was $25 originally. That's free. That one's free. In fact, look, just so many free things. Fidget spinners. When have you thought, you know what? I want a fidget spinner in my game. I mean, probably never. But when you do want a fidget spinner in your game, even if it's like a background prop in a house, in a game that you're walking around, then how good is it that you go into your list and you search for fidget spinner and it shows these ones that are free? And then we start to get into the paid content. Stylized female body types. That did go free, but now it's back to $4.99, so I grabbed that. This is the one we just grabbed, horror plush toys today. And then, yeah, a bunch of others. So there we go. All right, so the Grow Your Garden sale, still on. Still no indication from Unity when it might finish. You know, sometimes they even tell affiliates when things might end so you can do your marketing. On this particular occasion, in particular, they haven't told us. So I know not when it finishes. Yeah, it's a huge undertaking to get audio or any asset for that matter that fits with your already established branding or style. Yeah, and when I said like type of thing, audio is one of those, and also art is one of those. So, you know, you might get those plush toys that just went on sale, but then trying to match it to how your game already looks can also be challenging. Not impossible, but definitely not drag and drop type situation. Looks like something that could probably be used as collectibles in a horror game. Yeah, Yeah, that'd work. Yeah. And also, you know, just because it's a 3D model doesn't mean you couldn't use it for 2D. So, you know, you can take a screenshot of it in a certain pose, maybe put it onto a card, have it for a trading card game. You could maybe use it for UI, something to click on your screen while you're playing a 3D game. So, you know, don't be limited by the fact that, oh, I'm never going to need these 3D horror models in my game. Because, you know, think outside the box. Love the emote. Yeah, so some of these animated emotes I have as I bought from Etsy as a Halloween duck pack. So some of them might last past Spoopy month. Other ones might get switched out as we leave October, but we'll see. That quacks me up. See, this is why you should follow Steve. Steve comes in with all the top jokes. I need that fidget spinner. I will now create my first game. Purely focuses on fidget spinners. Do you know what, Harrier Cat? I wouldn't be surprised if there's not one out there already. Just do your research before you spend hours, months, years creating your fidget spinner game. All right. I like this font a lot from their free pixel font. Fidget Spinners Survivors, A Tale of Toys. See? I mean, I feel a collaboration coming on already. Yeah. Take a ticket, Steve. A bit more support, please. I mean, this from the people that tried to squash my head earlier asking for more support. All right. So, yeah, if you missed it earlier, also it's the new publisher of the week that launches. And it launches, in fact, every Thursday at 10 a.m. my time. There's the link to the publisher sale. And you can, in fact, get an interactive wind 2D grass and tree shader for free just by using Ekincantas at checkout. Now, this asset normally costs nearly $10. Using the code at checkout until next week, get it for free. Anders, how are you, Anders? Anders and me are bundle buddies. That's our new thing. We both bought the Cincy Studios asset bundle that finished yesterday. I tricked Anders, nay, pranked him, if you will, into thinking that I hadn't got it, but I actually had. I was just tricking. So let's close that out. Yeah, I've worked myself through some tutorials now. Let's see what's coming up next. Honestly, if it's your first game, don't bother with research. Just pick a simple concept, make your game, and then go to work on your second game. Yeah, it's all about starting small. Don't start game dev and think, oh, I'm going to do this MMORPG, and even better, I'm going to make it run on all the platforms, including mobiles. No. Don't do that, okay? Because you'll become very demotivated very quickly when things start to fall flat. You know what? I know I had it as a challenge, and I know I hate the Barbie movie, but some of these tracks are not too bad. I'm actually getting through this. And one day at a time, there you go. Baby steps. You know what surprises me is this is actually an Am I Kenuff stream, and not one person has typed the word Ken in chat for the whole stream. An hour and 20 minutes almost so far. Anything RPG. What? Harrier Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? I am Kenuff. I don't need to be Ken. Thank you. Anything RPG will make most people hit a wall at some point if it's their first game. MMORPG makes even AAA seasoned developers fail. Exactly, yeah. But working on an MMORPG is fun. It's quite fun. Oh, Bardy's streaming. Bardy gave me a shout out. Let's get a shout out. Let's return the favour. Bardy is working on a game called The Unwanted War. There we go. He's streaming right now.
Fucking fast.
Oh look, the UI. It's not good. The music UI is above the clips. We don't want that.
Code library rather than sitting inside the script folder. Yeah.
All right, where is?
But, like, I'm too early in
Where's the music UI stuff? There it is.
It's a bit
And the clips are there. Okay.
changing code.
If I drag this down to there. Okay. I think that should fix it. Let's try by doing a shout out for Dukasoft and see if the clip does in fact appear on top of the dark pink box where it says Watati. Did I fix it? Did I fix it? I fixed it! Yes! There we go. Live fixes, like I was saying earlier. Get it done so I don't have to put it on a list and take a look at it later. Such a tease, Dukasoft. Ken Daki. There is a cooldown, funnily enough, on Ken. So yeah, I didn't want to keep changing into Ken every 2 seconds because it's tiring trying to squeeze into that tiny outfit. Dukasoft, you have no idea. Beautiful shots, yes. Dukasoft. It's been a hot minute since Dukasoft streamed, but he promises that he will be coming back soon with some more footage. So definitely drop him a follow. Okay, so Duolingo, we've seen an owl popping out of an owl. In case you missed it earlier, the Duolingo command is available for October the 16th, so probably 48 hours left. If you go into anybody's stream, doesn't have to be mine, if you go into anybody's stream and you're a new subscriber, or if you gift a sub to somebody else, you can get those 3 months free. Oh, there's a burb out there. Not on the bird feeder yet, but let me see. Let's see if he does go up there. Go on. Look, you can smell the bird seed from where you are. Don't just sit on the banister. Get up there. Get yourself fed. Okay. All right, so just a reminder, I did mention it yesterday. Subscribers now have sub badges as well. So if you look next to Harry Cat's name, there is in fact a badge that says sub 2. It is a Game Boy cartridge showing 2 months subscribed. Some people subscribe but don't show badges because they just have too many other badges like Dukasoft. It has the mod badge, has the founder badge, has the cheer 10,000 bits since I started streaming. That is insane badge. So yeah, you can decide if you go into your badge settings which ones you display, but beautiful. Exactly. Okay, I was just thinking that. Okay. So now let's have a look. Let's see what we're doing. So, you could be like Freshie and display a gold pixel heart badge and a 1.5 year subscriber badge. Look, Freshie gets the red cartridge. Whoa, 19 months. There's not a 19 months cartridge, but if that gets to 2 years, there is a 2-year cartridge, and then 2.5, 3, 3.5, and 4. And then in a few months, when I've been streaming for 4.5 years, it'll be a 4.5 badge. It is true. All right, and the only other thing on my list today was the new static emote that I think we've probably spammed to death by now. Even look, Harry Cat in the last couple of messages has demonstrated the new static emote to appease Balint, and also Dukesoft, and also Harrier Cat, and anybody else that thought it was funny to make a joke of me choking last week on all the hot things in the celebration stream. So yeah, so still 3 slots left. I have 3 more slots to fill for the tier 1 subscribers. I'm thinking maybe something relating to Oh My. Maybe a bit gamey raid. A couple of emotes we can squish together. Nobody likes a do. Without further ado, got any grapes? So there are going to be more emotes coming. Fear not. I know some of you were a little fearful that we'd reach the end of new emotes, but no, it's not the case. Oh, look at that. Tasty. Sploosh. Freshie. Hey, got any grapes? Now, I know you're already subscribed, Freshie. Is that why you did the wall slide? Because you didn't want to win a sub? Is that why you did the wall slide? See, rigged. See, yeah, you're right. It can be rigged on here, but it wasn't very good of you to rig it on your stream where you get the wall slide. Yeah, I get how it is now. I can rig it so others wall slide, but on your stream, maybe don't rig it so that you wall slide as the streamer. That's not a good look. All right. Okay, so those that were in the stream on Friday will remember that we jumped onto Steam and Steamworks and splashed 100 smackaroonies on a Steam page. And then they said to me, hey, thanks for giving us all that money. Now, now you got to wait for us to verify you. So I have to wait for verification. But I do believe that Dark Muppet Tears' closing comment was that we might still be able to go in and create a page for Rescue Ball, even though I haven't been fully verified yet, especially since I don't want to publish the page yet. I just want to work on it on the back end, so to speak. So what I'm going to do, my coffee cup is empty. I'm going to go and refill my coffee cup. And when I come back in about 2 minutes and 17 seconds, we are in fact going to take a look and see if that's the case. So I shall have my finger at the ready, hovering over my blur button. Indeed it is. And then I'll blur the screen if I need to. That's exciting. When do you plan on releasing your game on Steam? Well, I'm going to say that as most people that buy Steam pages will say, it's definitely going to be soon. It's definitely going to have 202 at the start of it. I'm just not sure of the last number yet. So hello, Pirate Tatum. Welcome on in. Good to see you as always. We're going to get a couple of quick shout outs, and then I must go and get this coffee and run to the restroom because I've already had too much coffee. So we'll do a quick shout out for Freshie, and then we'll do a shout out for Tatum. Freshie doesn't have any clips. Freshie doesn't want people to see his stream unless you show up there, okay? And if anybody hasn't had a shout yet that does stream, let me know, because, you know, I love seeing the clips. Here we go. Here we go.
Another healthy bass. A little small, but still, they've all been nice and healthy today.
There it is. If you didn't notice, if you didn't read all the verbiage under Tatum's clip there, it says he does Etch-a-Sketch art. So, you know, in Toy Story, when you see the Etch-a-Sketch and it draws that gun and it's like really quick, that's the kind of things that Tatum does on an Etch-a-Sketch. And also, he knows how to preserve it so that when you turn it upside down, it doesn't disappear and you can keep your image on there. Yeah, so drop him a follow and you can ask him questions about that when he streams next. He keeps promising, I mean, he's very close to being more of a tease than Dukasoft. He keeps promising he's going to do a stream where he does show you how he does that preserving. But to my almost certain knowledge, it has not happened yet. So, yeah, maybe you can get some some feedback on that. But also, Freshie has been working on an interactive periodic table of elements. If you want to go and click on that link and have a play while I'm running to the restroom, and I'll be back in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So, yeah, sit tight unless you want to grab yourself a coffee, and I'll BRB. Oh, what's Tatum going to catch with the fish? Get ready. Going to be a sweaty shoe. Oh, it's an Atlantic cod. That means we can have fish and chips tonight, Tatum. I'll bring the salt and vinegar, you bring the fish, okay? That seems like a good deal to me. Thank you, Tasty Graph. Look, just because Tasty Graph said welcome back doesn't need you to bark welcome back, all right? Okay. Alrighty. Oh my cod. There you go. There has to be a fish and chip shop named that, all right? I'm sure if you Google oh my cod fish and chips, I'm pretty sure either it'll be a fish and chip shop or there'll be a brand that sell like frozen fish or something. Hey doggos. Yes, they're when I move streaming locations, when I move into the bedroom, we might not hear the dogs anymore. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Yeah, that'd be terrible. I'll be yapping it up out here, and I'll be sitting in blissful unawareness in the bedroom as they do their thing. So, yay me. Or a cut. I mean, cosplay's big. These reenactments that they have. I feel like it's called the Knotted Seal or something. I don't know if that's in England, possibly. Here we go. TD coming in with all the fish and chip stuffs. Oh my god. Thank you, TD. Look at that. I know I can rely on TD. Quality fish and chips. There we go, Tatum. TD pulled it up for you. Thanks, TD. Now I want fish and chips. You just can't get good fish and chips here. The closest we had to having good fish and chips is in fact Long John Silver's, okay, and it was okay. It was like the best of a bad bunch, and we used to have one in our local town, and then they demolished it, and so we had to go over to the next town, and then the one in the next town had a fire, and they didn't reopen. So now we have a good old drive if we want to get some decent fish and chips, and by decent I mean still not great, but the best one here, so you won't get good fish and chips there either. Okay. Foster puppy snoozing down beside me next to my desk. How much longer have you got, Dark Muppeteer? Because you're like babysitting, dog sitting, aren't you, for a while? Fidget chips, where you must eat your food while sitting on a huge fidget spinner. See, Tasty Graph is just bringing all the game ideas today. Yeah. And they're all game ideas that have not been trademarked, copyrighted. So, you know, I wouldn't suggest you like snag them and create a AAA award-winning game based on them. But, you know, they're right there just sitting for the taking. On a positive note, seagulls probably won't steal from you. I mean, there is that. Swings and roundabouts. About another 2 weeks. Okay. So one of Firefighter Gaming's dogs actually went to the vet yesterday to be fixed. So is currently wearing a cone of shame. Yeah, and he's not in the best of sorts after the surgery. So, yeah. Depends on his checkup. Oh, okay. I also wouldn't suggest you snag them, but mainly because they're really bad ideas. I mean, have fun with it. But, you know, I mean, some of the best ideas come from some of the worst ideas. Don't you think? Possibly. Sometimes somebody will say, you know what will be a crazy, wacky game? Some guy going around like a platformer, but sitting in a cauldron and having like an oar or a broom that he like pushes himself around with. And someone's like, oh my goodness, you and your ideas. Best-selling game now. Just saying. Just putting that out there. Seagulls are the most vicious creatures ever. I mean, they definitely have a nasty side. Some of the most entertaining games coming from really silly ideas. And some of them I even create as jam games that you can probably find, if you so wish, on my itch page. Possibly. Okay. So what are we doing? We're looking into this Steam page, aren't we? So let me go back and look at the stuff that we got from Steam. See what the last thing was they sent me. So we had Steam support. Thank you for your Steam purchase. Hey, Jern, I mean Bit Gamey. It's been almost 2 hours and Unity isn't even open yet. You're doing great. Actually, the joke's on you, Freshie, because it is open. It just doesn't have the focus. That is true, yeah. But also, that might not end so well if you have a ceiling fan. Just saying. Seagulls are vicious because of years and years of humans feeding them, and they are now unable to differentiate what food is theirs and what food isn't. TD, bring in the facts. Show Unity. See? If I hadn't got it open, Freshie, how would we be able to see a man with no pants on? Just saying. All right. Okay. So while you look at the man with no pants, let me have a look and see where we're at with the Steam stuff. So we Steam powered. Have a look. Trick is now trying to remember where we logged in at. Steamworks, wasn't it? We signed up, we did all the thing, we logged in. Let's have a look. Sign into. Please check your password and account name and try again. All right. Okay. All right, just give me a moment. I got a message I need to take care of. Okay. So let me, for some reason it doesn't remember my password correctly. Blee blah blue blah. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Almost there. I'm assuming once I do get verified, they will say to me, hey, you've been verified. And I don't just have to keep logging in and checking all the time, because we're actually going to log in now and we're going to check. So we will find out. Use the Steam mobile app to confirm your sign in. What? Why? Why have I got to do that? I wasn't even on my phone doing it. I was on my PC. New sign-in request. Approve. Okay. Huzzah, it's let me in. Hello, welcome to Steamworks. Your tax information requires attention. Additional documents are necessary to complete your KYC verification. Actual authority publisher permissions are required to take action. Continue the onboarding process. We just need a few more things for you to finish the onboarding process. Well, let's look at this tax information nonsense first, because I did the tax form and everything, and I did it all right. So now it's saying it wants documents. Know your customer regulations require Valve to verify the identity credentials of its payees. Required documents. We need the following documents as described below, as well as a selfie of you holding the official document. But that's going to have to wait because, yeah, I'm not about to take a selfie of me holding my license and go, cheese, and send them that. Yeah. So they pretty much want me to put it on Dropbox, a picture of my license and a picture of me holding it, I guess, you know, just in case it's not actually me, to show that it is me doing it. All right, then. Okay. Man with no pants on. Let me swap back to Stream Monitor real quick. Pants! Pantaloons, if you will. I live on the coast. That, oh my God, is in my hometown. Seeing tourists feeding the seagulls annoys the heck out of me. They should start handing out fines for it. I know they were trying to dissuade people from feeding the pigeons in London, weren't they, for Trafalgar Square, because they didn't want pigeons, like, pooping everywhere and messing up the place. I don't know how successful it was, and I don't know if they actually handed out fines for it, but I would say you're very blessed to live anywhere near a chip shop, to be honest, TD. I know you're probably like, wait, what? You're crazy. But as someone who hasn't lived in the UK for a few years, I can safely say that, you know, it's little things like that that you appreciate more when you don't have them readily to hand. Redeemed bear with gamey. Yeah. Well, while you continue to look at the newsreader with no pantaloons, I'm going to leave this window open because it's possibly docs worthy in the other browser. And then if we go to the browser that I do stream with, show browser, then what we can do here is we can go back to the video we were looking at before, which is this chap. And he was showing us about how to go to Steamworks and set up the account, which I did. And creating a Steam page. So let's have a look, see if we can actually do that before I send them a selfie. Microsoft trying to get people to sign up and install Windows 11. Who in chat is Windows 10 and who in chat is Windows 11? Because I am 10 and I'm steadfastly refusing, even though support officially ends this month, to upgrade to 11. I as someone who has upgraded through many versions of Windows, I'm well aware of how badly it can go, and I just don't want it to go badly on my PC at the moment. So while they keep saying, your PC can support Windows 11, please update, I keep saying, please stop asking me to update because I want to stay on 10. I'm 10 on my desktop and 11 on my laptop. Now, did your laptop come with 11 or did you update to it? 11 on all now. And how smooth a process was it, Dark Muppeteer, doing the upgrade? Did you have any driver issues, which seems to be the main issue I've faced on previous Windows upgrades? Laptop came with 10. What ends today? Oh, maybe that's why they're getting the ads on YouTube then. I remembered it was this month. I didn't remember the exact day. All right. Sorry, Ryan. You're going to have to stop pushing for a moment. Keep that baby inside. We're reading about or watching about how to create a theme page. I had no issues on my laptop. However, I have not worked with Unity on laptop, only with Construct 3. See, applications are not even my issue. I don't think that an application is going to go, oh no, I can't open now, or you need a new version because it's Windows 11. I don't have any worries about that. My concern is that something like my webcam won't work anymore because there's no Windows 11 driver for it, or my printer will stop working, or any amount of other things that rely on drivers to run properly. I mean, it's probably unfounded in that there's probably not going to be any issues, but also having upgraded before and having all kinds of issues makes me reluctant. Thank you, Freshie, for the lurk. Appreciate it. Enjoy your stepping out. Meanwhile, let's watch AuroDev and see what they suggest is the next step for creating this page. How many days, Tatum? There we go, 17. And I think we need to move the first place group a bit further down, don't we? Because it looks like we don't want that getting in the way of other stuff. Like the effects redeems. So if we go beneath the redeems, and now if I try something like Sleeps Till Santa, it should appear in front of TD. There we go. Doesn't appear in front of the music UI though. Got Spotify UI there. Spotify UI needs to come further down the list, so let's move that under redeems. Okay. I think we should be in good shape now as far as where everything is in OBS layers. Sorry, I'm lagging. Didn't mean to interrupt the video. That's fine, Tatum. You know all too well. The things are here to be used. Big smile for Sonic. It's an impressive win there, Harrier Cat. You didn't actually get crab meat come out and take all your rings away, so GG's to you. I don't use anything that relies much on drivers for my laptop, so I can't comment on that. I do all my recording, etc. on the desktop. Aha! Yeah. Well, we'll see. It'll happen at some point. Maybe I'll do it when we move to the new streaming space. I don't know. I'm just very reluctant. And while I don't want to be running on an insecure version of Windows, you know, how insecure can it be? Unless suddenly there's a vulnerability that they find, like with Unity. I'm not too concerned about my Windows 10 not being secure enough. So this guy says about the Steam Store presence and everything. I like this video. I like that he shows you things. I don't like that he's not telling you how to get into things. Like, okay, so now you've done all your identification and everything. Go ahead and click on this and this to set up your Steam Store page. He doesn't do that. See, but he doesn't tell you how. This is how to get a game on Steam, creating a Steam page. So I don't know. Maybe this isn't the right video. Win, exactly. That's what you type in chat when we complete any levels of a hype train, and then we give the sticker giveaway. Then we put win in chat. But Harrier Cat has won the Sonic Redemption. Okay, I'm back from shopping. How did it go, Moxie? Did you buy anything? Did you get any fun stuff? Did you see any new fun stuff? We need the deets. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I feel like a crucial step was missed there about how to actually get to the part where you do the Steam page. I mean, maybe once I've completed the verification and then I log into Steamworks, it'll just magically appear. But also, I do have tabs at the top of Steamwork, like apps and packages, tools, financial info. And under there, I don't see anything that says... I don't see anything under that. Creator, homepage, setup. Do we think that might be it? And that just takes me back to the homepage. And then back to the onboarding process. So I do actually think that we're kind of scuppered, because I think that word's not used often enough outside of pirate streams. I think we're scuppered in being able to proceed with the page today until I have jumped through the other hoops that they need. They're asking for payment information. I've already put that in. Identity verification pending. That they said would take 2 to 7 days, and that's what I was waiting on. And now when I click on it, that's when it tells me it needs me to do my license and selfie and all that good stuff. And nothing's going to happen on the page creation today. I will take care of that when the stream is finished. So we can't really do anything as far as that goes. Okay. So I picked up one of their small mystery bags and 2 Asaragi figurines from Sakamoto Days. On homepage, down on the right, it'll have a button for the credit you purchased. Oh, all right. Well, let me see. Let me see if it lets me do it before we've actually verified. Down on the right, it'll have a button for the credit you purchased. Yeah, I don't think... Because when I go to dashboard, all I see is, hello, welcome to Steamworks. And then it has your tax information requires attention and a view details button. It has continue the onboarding process and has a continue button, which pretty much takes me to the same page. And yeah, I think I'll see what you think I see, Dark Muppeteer, after I do the verification. I don't think it's going to let me see any of that beforehand. Nothing if you scroll down further. So you're not talking about the dashboard, you're talking about actually partner.steamgames.com, the homepage where it says welcome BitGamey and it has a view dashboard button. I'm reluctant to bring it up on the other browser because I feel like I'm going to click on something and I'm going to dox myself. So yeah, I mean, this almost seems like one of those never-ending scrolling. Oh, I can scroll all the way down to the end. Yeah, but this is pretty much the same page as if I hadn't signed up. I mean, aside from the button at the top, which says View Dashboard, I'm not seeing anything else. Anything below that is pretty much see what Steamworks has to offer. And it's like I wasn't even logged in and it's the main homepage. The one with the calendar would be on the right. Join their shopping club. Nice, Moxie. One with the calendar would be on the right. Don't show that. I'm not even seeing a calendar. I mean, if I go to partner.steamgames.com, shows me Steamworks is a set of tools and services that help game developers, blah, blah, blah. And then to the right of that is the black box that says, welcome, BitGamey, view dashboard. And below that, we have the cartoon of people being in an office with the reel tapes and all that stuff. And then more I scroll down, it shows reach a global audience, its many monthly active users, and all the sales spiel that they try and get people to sign up with. And then if I go into view dashboard, it just shows me those. Yeah, when I go into view dashboard, it just shows me the, hello, BitGamey, welcome to Steamworks. And then it has the block that says, your tax information requires attention, where they're asking for my license and the selfie. And then below that, there's a blue box that says, continue the onboarding process. We just need a few more things for you to finish the onboarding process. And then if I click continue, it takes me to the same screen that says, hey, you got to send us your license and a selfie. So I do think I'm verification blocked, shall we say, at the moment. There's also a box that says, get Steamworks SDK access. You will need to sign the Steamworks SDK access agreement before getting preliminary access to the Steamworks SDK and documentation with a get access button. So, as is quite evident, I don't know. I know. I feel the booing pain. I really do. I was hoping that it was just a waiting game. I'm glad I didn't wait 7 days and then check it, and then they said that. Yeah, it would be nice if they actually said, okay, it's going to the third party now. You're probably going to need to do this and this, so check back in 24 hours. But it didn't. I feel like I found some loophole in the process. Or a failing, so to speak. Yeah, so it says, complete the indicated bank and tax information to the left in order to proceed with your account creation. And then the tabs along the top say introduction, enter name and address, sign SDA, pay fee, enter payment and tax info, which is the one that's currently highlighted. And then the last one says, welcome to Steamworks. So it's not actually going to welcome me until I've done this verification stuff, which I'm guessing then could even take 2 to 7 business days. So, yeah. Is this soundtrack Lizzo heavy? I feel like I've heard Lizzo already. The soundtrack itself is 4 hours long, and we've been running for just over 2, so I feel like we haven't looped around yet. But I also feel like Lizzo might feature at least twice on this original soundtrack. Oh my goodness, not the F-bombs, Lizzo. Come on now. Let's have some clean versions for this wholesome stream, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Denied, exactly. Access denied. Should be quick when you do the docs. So, yeah. I am going to do the docs as soon as I finish today. Not Lizzo, but Lizard. Maybe we need the sound effect to go and someone puts Lizzo in chat as well. Lizzo. I don't know. How often is someone actually going to put Lizzo in chat, though? Probably not very often, right? I don't care. I'm still going to do it. Commands. Lizard. All right, Harakat. Just type Lizzo in chat. Or I can do it. There it is. All right, we got Lizzo triggering Lizard now. Live fixes, gotta love it. Alrighty, so we can't do any more on the page today until I send them a picture of me as a selfie. Yeah, okay. So I'll leave that open to remind me. Oh, there goes my trash can being emptied. And still no burbs. Where are all the burbs gone? No burbs today. All right. So no work today on the Steam page till I finish the stream. And yes, thank you, Heracat. The trash garbage truck has gone now. But look, don't worry, everybody. My pipes haven't sprung a leak. That is, in fact, a solar-powered bird bath. Okay. That's what that is. In case anybody was a little concerned. iOS Droid icon on the calendar. Okay. So can't do any more on that. That's that. That's that. Show Unity. All right, so we have a naked man behind the burb cam, but it's okay because there's a burb cam there, so we can't actually see said naked man. Oh, there's a naked man. Don't look. I thought it was one of the doggos. Yeah, no, they don't go out on the front porch. Yeah, they have a big backyard to run around in, but they rarely go out on the front porch. Sometimes they do. Yeah, sometimes we block off where the steps are so they can't get out, and then they have a wander around on the porch. But they know better than to pee on the porch, especially in the air like that. That'd be quite a challenge, wouldn't it? Was it laying on their back, I guess, and being a fountain? Dressed for work from home. Yeah, so for those people not familiar with my naked newsreader, when we hit play in a moment, we will see that you can't actually see his legs. So it doesn't matter that he's not wearing any pants or any trousers. So let's go ahead and pause Billy for a moment and hit play. And then this will take about 20 minutes because it's the first time I hit play since I installed Unity, and the first time today. So not actually 20 minutes, but it just seems like it. I love that Unity tells you how long it's taking. So busy for 25 seconds. Thanks. Just do the thing. That'd be good. Thank you. Possibly.
怪獣の目撃情報が増加しています。住民の皆様は洪水の危険が迫っていることを知らせる警報サイレンに注意し、市内への立ち入りを避けるよう勧告されています。目撃映像が続々とこちらに届いて確認しています。皆様大変気をつけてください。
You're not wrong. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. So the reason I said can't see him when he's sitting down, you can't see that he has no pants on, is because I've made a slight change. What we had originally was there was a solid block at the bottom of the screen, and we've been making some changes, but I don't know now whether this effect is because of one of the changes, or this effect is because it said the project was corrupt and had to rebuild it, and so we're not seeing what we used to see at the bottom. I think it's the former. I think it's because of the changes we were making. It's been a few weeks since we worked on this because of the jam and other things. And originally we did have a scrolling message, but I think we stopped the scrolling message and we changed it to something different. So, one of my plans, well, a few of my plans for this scene is that I want to, hang on, I think a pirate's coming in. Big Gum Duckles, Big Gum Ducklesons, lol. Thank you, Pirate Tatum. Always a pleasure to see you. I hope your work day is over quickly and you're home just chilling. Maybe a spot of fishing or something when you get back. But thank you for that. Yeah, so a couple of things I wanted to do for this scene was, what do we display in Japanese? What do we display in English? What do we do as far as the newsreader reading it out in Japanese? So, how do we caption that? And then also, I want part of it to be where he says, "Don't panic." And then after he says, "Don't panic," I want somebody to be running across in the background, or a number of people just kind of flailing their arms and panicking. And so you realise the sense of urgency, and that maybe you shouldn't go down to the coast today and encounter or engage with the sea monster. All right. Maybe. Hey. All right. Exactly. Yeah, grapes or lizard. Or in fact, as we changed it in the last 5 minutes ago, there we go. Or Lizzo also triggers lizard. So if we go back to the main level, and then we can see the city working and the sea monster working and coming up and flooding said city. If we hit play on this, oh, hello, maybe can, maybe. Haha. All right, so there's the burbs. They still work. They're flying around like a Hitchcock movie. Cars are still driving around with the car system. The ball is still there, ready to be controlled. And if I press the F key for flood, then see the sea monster come up and get angry and shove the water. And then once he shoved the water, he vaminoses, and then the city gets flooded, and then the water subsides back to the sea. Okay, and then it's ready to be flooded again. Once it resets, we'll try it a second time just to make sure it still works okay. So we need some foam around him when he comes up, and then like a big crest of a wave that he's pushing when he pushes it in. So at the moment we have the animation down for him. We have the water moving, but definitely in the polish phase, we need to get some foam on the water going there. Whether we use a particle system or shaders or something, just so that it looks a bit more realistic and it looks like he is in fact pushing it. All right, so what should we work on next? I think we need to work on the naked man and maybe find a different animation for him, because originally I hadn't got many animations of somebody sitting down and doing things, but I think all this, you don't see newsreaders flailing around like that. So I think we probably need something a little more calm, maybe even just him sitting there in a static pose holding the papers. So you wouldn't be with all the arms and everything, would you? So yeah, let me let the dogs in real quick, and then and in fact take a look at his animations. Jump on the asset store and Mixamo and see if we can find something more relevant to a newsreader. I did in fact let one or more dogs out, and so I now have to let one or more dogs in. Welcome in, JD. I'll be right back. You should have a kaiju walking behind waving. Yeah, and I actually did buy the Humble Bundle pack from Cinti Studios, which does include their $70 kaiju pack. So who knows? Yeah. There we go. It is in fact the Am I Kenough stream today, and we do have the music on loop for the whole stream from the original soundtrack. So I'll leave you with Billy, and I will BRB. All right, so in this scene, we have an animator. It's currently set to the sea monster. So as we can see, there's an is pushing, and we have him switching between being angry and pushing the water. What we need to do is take a look at the newsreader, and the animator for the newsreader. We have anim switch parameter set to 1. So it actually has 2 different animations. I only had one sitting down talking animation. So what I did was I had talk 1, which is the animation running at speed 1, and then talk 2, the animation running at speed -1, which means it plays it in reverse. So when we hit play, we watch this animator. It plays the animation forward, and then randomly it'll either switch to the second one or it won't. It'll repeat the same one. So it did switch, and now it plays the same animation in reverse. And then it plays the same one again, so it plays it in reverse again, just so it gives some kind of randomness to it, so he's not doing the same movements all the time. Yeah, so this anim switch value up here determines which animation it plays. So in a moment, there you go, it's come back and it's playing the forward animation again. So how you doing, JD? You having a good day? Is Tuesday treating you well? I have no experience with animation yet. Did you create the animation yourself? No, I did not. I think this particular animation was from a pack on the asset store. So if we go and show browser, and in here we'll duplicate the tab, and I think it's called Everyday Motion, something like that. Anyway, we'll find out in a minute if this page ever loads. Here we go. All right, so if we go to my assets, so far, taking a lunch break and studying drawing a bit more. Nice. I know you were doing some drawing on your stream yesterday. I know you said it would be nice to have Balint in there because he does all his own art and stuff. Drawing is difficult. I mean, you know, drawing 3D stuff, modeling 3D stuff can be challenging, but even drawing 2D stuff, trying to get a character, drawing is half the battle. Once you've drawn it, then you've got to get it in digital form, and then in digital form you have then got to animate it, and it's a whole thing. Drawing is easy, making it look good, not so much. I mean, yeah, when I draw a stick man, people are like, what is that? So yeah, I can definitely relate to that. Okay, I feel like it's called Everyday. Here we go, Everyday Motion Pack. And I think inside this pack was where I got the animation from. So we have walking, running, jumping, jogging, all these different animations. And I don't know if in the big image like this, it does show the talking one. It might be the scene where they show lots of different animations at once. But we should see it in a moment. There's talk stand, but we did the talk sitting. I don't know if they actually show it in this big version. There we go. It's him. Look, the male animation for talking. It's the one that we used. But because it's relatively short, that's why I play it forwards and backwards and randomly. So what we need really is pretty much just, I mean, a static pose would work, although it'd be nice if he moved a bit. A newsreader just sitting there holding papers, but trying to find something like that. Yeah. Thanks for showing. No, any questions you have, Harrier Cat? I don't profess to know everything, but I'm happy to show you what I do know and hopefully point you in the right direction for what I don't know. But also, the website Mixamo is also a great resource. What do you mean can't be reached? To confirm your identity, we'll send you a verification code to... All right, that's fine. Now I need to go over to my other browser, where I do, in fact, have my inbox open. Clear out the spam messages while I'm in here. And let's have a look. Adobe verification code. All right, so we have 500427, and I'm in. Okay, stay logged in. That's fine. All right, so if you sign up to Mixamo, Cat, you have a whole raft of not just characters in here. These are the characters that you can use, but also animations. So a lot of the games you see, especially from indies, will use animations from Mixamo just because it's the foremost free resource for animations on the internet, I believe. You know, if you had a zombie game, you just type in zombie, and it's like, oh, here's some animations for you. But you know, if you type in something like newsreader, no, sorry, no, nothing for newsreader. What about newsreader? Nope, nothing there. How about sitting? All right, so we have some sitting ones, and then we have to wade through them. News anchor. Yeah, I don't know. I think we might just have to go with sitting, but let's have a look. News anchor. Nope. TV anchor. Yeah, I think it's more, they're looking more for the style of animation. So rather than a role, or if there's a genre like zombie, I think it pulls in groups. But yeah, I think even if we put like TV, obviously that, you know, everything it's pulling in there we can see is TV. What? It's nothing to do with TV. Pulls in 152 results. There's nothing to do with TV. TV anchor. Nope. So I'm going to go with the original sitting and ship anchor. I definitely won't bring in what I need. Gotcha. Twitch streamer. Yeah, that might actually pull something in. Sitting dodges. I don't think the newsreader is going to be dodging anything, are they? Sitting talking. See, what we can do is we can chain some of these. We can chain some of these together, so it does make it a bit more random. But also, if a person's sitting there reading the news, they're not really that animated, are they? They're definitely not sitting here with legs in their thigh doing this. I mean, you could have two newsreaders that are chatting to each other, but, you know, when the camera's on, generally they're talking to the camera, right? Sitting, rubbing arm. I don't think a newsreader, unless he gets a bug bite, is going to be rubbing his arm. Sitting, gun, motion. He just looks like he's constipated in that one. Maybe if he gets really happy over a news story, he might sit there clapping. Not very well. See, when you get things like this where there's clipping or it's not quite fitting, that's when you can start doing things like changing the sliders over here, the character arm space. And what you can also do with Mixamo is you can load in your character. So we could take the newsreader and load him in here and then see how he looks. But before we even think about doing that, let's if there's any possible. I mean, is the newsreader going to sit there yelling? I don't think so. Sitting idle would work if the arms were on the desk. I think if we see a newsreader sitting there and his hands are under the desk, that's just going to raise too many questions. So we told the lizard Lizzo command to ignore the bot account. We don't want to do that. I think it'd be funny if Lizzo's song comes on and then it does the lizard sound. Okay, so sitting idle, no. Sitting disapproval, no, no, no. Like Jurassic Park, wasn't it? I failed to see how that is a sitting position. I don't know if anybody sits down like that, do they? That to me is a laying position, but anyway. Sitting idle. Definitely newsreaders won't be sitting like that. Sitting and pointing. Hey, look, there's the sea monster, everybody. No. Male sitting pose. That seems like riding a horse, or is that just me? And we have to remember that we're only really going to see from the stomach upwards. So the torso, the arms, the head. We're not really going to see the legs. So if this was the perfect animation, it wouldn't matter that the legs were spread-eagled, like he's about to ride a horse. Because we're only going to see the top half anyway. But yeah, these... Whoa, watch out, someone's throwing something at you. Duck! Whoa! No. That's just left and right, left and right. I don't really think a newsreader is going to read news out looking like that. Try seated idle. Looks like someone working at the computer. Seated idle. I will duplicate this window just so we know where we're up to. And seated idle. Yeah, the only thing is we could potentially have this. We might resort to this, but that's going to mean all we're going to have is a newsreader not holding anything. Ideally, I'd like him to be holding the papers, but I mean that's not the end of the world. Yeah, this one might work. The only animation in particular really is the hands moving. So what can we change? We can change the height. So the default is 0. Okay, so the height is how much they're sitting up, whether they're sitting on a chair or a stool. Hands we have at 100. Okay, so we can move them closer together. Further apart. Posture is 50. Whoa, that's pretty laid back. All right, put it back to 50. 50-ish. Overdrive. Overdrive seems to be just the speed of the animation. We'll put overdrive back to the middle. Character arm space. Default is 50. And then trim, so we can actually chop out part of the animation. And we can also mirror it if we want the opposite. So instead of doing the right hand first and then the left, do the left hand and then the right. Asking question, no, we don't want that. Angry gesture. No, we don't want an angry gesture. Actually, that angry gesture we've seen in a Tatum clip before when somebody upset him while he was fishing. Got to go into alert mode. Just about time to eat some dinner here. It was a pleasure hanging out, watching the stream. Great job. Might be back in time before the stream ends. Tasty Graph, thank you for the lurk. We do have a lurk command, but nobody's obliged to use it. And when people subscribe, they can have a custom lurk command as well. It's one of the many subscriber privileges. But thanks for swinging by. Good to see you. Thanks again for the follow. There we go. Catch you again soon. So my only concern with this, and I know I'm not going to get the exact animation I need, is that we kind of want the offset between the newsreader being calm and saying don't panic, and then the people either running in front of the desk or people running behind the desk and absolutely panicking. So I like that juxtaposition, if you will, of him being calm and everybody else not being. I don't know about the... It would have been nice to have a little bit more animation than just the fingers. I mean, I don't think any of it's moving, is it? Is the head moving at all? Barely. Head is barely moving, body is barely moving. So it would be him tapping his hands on the desk. So we'll put a pin in that one. We'll leave that there for a moment while we look through the others. Maybe we can combine that with chaining some of the others together. Let's have a look. If you need to see the legs at all, you can always use standing animations and lower the model so it's at sitting height behind the desk. We did look at that before, Dark Muppeteer, and we might come back to that. We won't be seeing the legs, so that's not an issue at all. I think when we did look at it, though, and I know this sounds silly, but you could tell that it was a standing up animation. I mean, if I could find one that was standing up, that had the kind of things that I needed, if it's like someone standing up holding stuff, I would definitely use that. But I think if we can exhaust the sitting ones first, and we definitely know that, you know, the only one we have is finger tapping, but we can find a decent standing up one, then absolutely I would go with that. We'll find a seated one that kind of works and layer blend from torso up. Yeah, that's an option as well. Sitting laughing. I don't think newsreader would be laughing about a major catastrophe, right? Not if they wanted to stay in the job anyway. Not clap, not sitting clap, not angry, not that one. Not yelling. There we go. Happy-go-lucky newsreader. With breaking news about a sea monster. La 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 la. Not very happy about the news. Oh no, not a sea monster. Oh my goodness. We don't really need anything with pose because that's just a static image. We want them to be moving, albeit very slightly. Sitting, drinking. Okay. Might be able to use this sitting, drinking pose in Cowboy Hero when we get back to it. Right, so we don't want poses because that's all static. Pose, pose, pose. Stand to sit, type to sit. Jostled passenger. Whoa, turbulence, whoa! Give me a second. Bum 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 bum. Okay, standing up, no. Ducking, no. Knock off assailant, no. Dice idle. Don't know how that's dice idle. I mean, okay. Sit to stand, sit to type. Scared. Seated idle. Okay, that's the one that we were looking at in the other tab. Standing clap, standing clap. How about if we just look up reading? I wonder what that'll give us. But typing. There's a longer one called having a meeting that has various gestures you could cut up. Ah, thank you. Well, we'll take a look at that next. Yeah, I think we pretty much exhausted all the possible sitting ones. Having a meeting, male, female. Yes, that'll be my next search, Harrier. Hey. Saying a grape emote would work. I do actually have it on my list as a possibility. So we have Oh My, Big Gamey Raid, Nobody Likes a Do. Without further ado, got any grapes? Let me put a pin in this one. I don't really want to have an animation where I have to keep chopping things out though, because that's going to make it difficult then to blend them together. Duplicate this, and then this last one we're going to put in reading, which of course it matches treading, and not anything. Read. I'm sorry, but how do you type in read as a search term and it comes back with pistol idle? Oh, because the description is ready alert 2. Description in here. But this one doesn't. How do you search for read and you get scary clown idle? Ready idle. Look, it's because it's got the word ready in it. See, it doesn't explain how the word reading brings these up. What? How are you doing, Bardi? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Always good to see your... I was going to say good to see your handsome face, but obviously, you know, I don't see that unless I'm watching you streaming. So welcome on in, Bardi and Raiders. How did the stream go today? What did I miss? We did give you a shout out earlier, but I think it might... Yeah, I think the timeout's over, the cooldown. We should be good to go. What was happening today? Was it anything related to, perchance, your fantastic Steam store game called The Unwanted War? The people need to know. Stream went well. I worked mostly on build orders and stuff like that. Nice. Shark Geek, welcome on in. We're doing good. I hope you're doing good. Just had a raid from the lovely Bar-delicious Bardaki. We had a clipperoonie. We found out what was going on. So, Raiders, my name is Lee, or Bit Gamey, and we're working on a game called Rescue Ball. At the moment, we're trying to get an animation better than the one we currently have for a newsreader. So we just need somebody sitting or standing, looking like they're holding papers, maybe reading it. But I don't think Mixamo is going to work for us. We might have to jump on the asset store and take a look at some of those animations. See what's going on, possibly. Today is Am I Kenough Day because the challenge got completed. So, yeah, on this week's schedule, Am I Kenough Day, where I in fact play the Barbie original soundtrack from the Barbie movie on loop for the whole stream. It is a 4-hour playlist, so, you know, it's not like we're going to get songs repeated over and over. Hello. Haha. You see, I am Ken. I am Kenough. Apparently. So, yeah, that's me. And, yeah, we're just doing some Unity work at the moment. And I wore a shirt for the occasion because, you know, you have to dress up for these things, right? So I have a shirt which is in keeping with today's stream. There it is. I know you're all jealous. You want me to send you it when I've finished, or at least tell you where I got it from. You know, my lips are sealed. I don't kiss and tell. So where I got this shirt from is my business. Thank you, Shark Geek. Will I go outside wearing this? Have I been outside today wearing this? Yes, on both counts. I took Mrs. Gamey to work this morning, and I went out earlier and brought up the trash cans. So I may have been spotted in the wild wearing this shirt. Just putting that out there. Outside? What is that? Yeah, so some people refer to it as touching grass, gasping for air, maybe, catching some O2. I don't know, but yeah, apparently this isn't it, buddy. Yeah, you can actually go out the front door. I mean, you don't need to these days because pretty much you can have everything delivered, so you don't actually have to. What if I have grass inside? I mean, you could touch the inside grass and tell people you were touching grass, and people might think you went outside. You could fake it till you make it. I mean, there's no obligation to go outside. I'm not saying, oh, if you want to be a real boy, Pinocchio, you have to go outside. Otherwise, you know, you just would. I'm not into forcing people to do things like that. Yeah, but good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to hopefully try and catch one of your streams soon. But now, with this busy new schedule, streaming every single weekday, it does make it more challenging to jump on other people's streams, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. But I am following Bardaki. I do have notifications on, so I get to find out when people like Bardaki stream. And yeah, if I look back through my email, I can actually see a bunch of announcements. And I saw that Bardaki is live. Okay, that was the announcement today. Who was the knight no one expected to see on the battlefield that day? Surprise! Surprise? Get it? Yeah? Yeah? And that was almost 2 hours ago that came in, but because I get an email as well, I get to know about friendos that go live. So, just saying, just putting that out there. If you want to find out when people do go live, like the Bardylicious Bardaki, then don't just follow, but make sure you leave the notifications enabled as well. Okay. It is such a busy schedule, but I'm very glad you are keeping to it. I mean, we kept to it last week because it was the 1,000 follower celebration stream week. So this really is the first week of me trying to keep to it outside of an event. And, you know, so far, 2 days in, I think we agree that I am keeping to it. So don't go outside. There's people out there. That's the only downside, isn't it? I think that is the only downside, is that if you go outside, sometimes you have to people. It's like, we'll be out doing something, and then Mrs. Gamey will say, oh, let's such and such, or can we go to such and such? And I'll be like, but that means I've got to people. I don't want to people today. Especially for someone who streams so erratic as I do. Never do people, not even once. I mean, do people. I don't think that's what we were talking about, Bardi, but yeah, so I'm still torn, to be honest. You say about someone who streams as erratically as you do. I still don't know if it's better to have a schedule or if it's better to not have a schedule. I mean, there's pros and cons to both, I feel. Like, you know, if you stream erratically, then when you do stream, people are like, it's a Bardi stream, quick, let's get over there and see him, because I haven't seen him in far too long. You know, whereas if I'm on a fixed schedule of every weekday, do people like, oh, here we go again, yep, it's another bit gamey stream. It's, yeah, you know, like the one he did yesterday and like the one he's going to do tomorrow. Yeah, it's another stream. So, you know. Gosh, I heard someone who streams as erotically as you do. That's exactly what I said. That's what you heard, Harry Cat, because that's what I said. Someone who streams as erotically as Bardaki. Have you ever watched a Bardaki stream? it doesn't get much more 50 Shades of Grey than that. All right, I'm just saying. And if you haven't watched Bardaki before, you're in for a real treat. Yeah, I'm not going to say whether or not. I can neither confirm nor deny whether Bardaki has had a hot tub on his stream before. But he has. No idea either, but the schedule next to work and just life, it's stress I don't need, especially since I have to choose between spending my energy on working on the game or streaming. I work on the game every time. Yeah. You see that? Is this Lizzo again? Yeah, this is at least the third Lizzo song. I didn't realise Lizzo was so heavy on the Barbie movie soundtrack. Anyway, it's Leafect. You only hear what you want to hear. Yeah, and people want to hear about your erotic side, buddy. Just saying. Heck, now I want a grayscale. Words are hard today. Now I want a grey scale filter with a redeem. That's what you need. 50 Shades of Bardi. Yeah, you should totally do it. You see, I get the whole thing about, trying to get a schedule. When my old schedule was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it allowed me the other days I wasn't streaming to do things like work stuff, like my 9 to 5 main job. I'm fortunate enough that I do get to set my own hours for that, so I can do it when I'm not streaming. But when you stream Monday through Friday, it definitely limits the amount of time that I can do other stuff, including main work. Potentially then I could be working into the evenings, which I'd sooner not be doing. When I pick up Mrs. Gamey from work at 5 o'clock, I'd sooner that be my clocking off time as well, and then we can just have some quality family time in the evening. Not, okay, I've picked you up from work, now I've got to get back on the computer and I've got to start doing the 9 to 5 stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a challenge trying to juggle everything. And as far as the game dev goes, part of the reason, or one of the main reasons I started streaming is to be more accountable for projects, because I found that if I didn't stream them, and I get there's a certain amount of irony in this given that we haven't done a lot of game dev today, but if I didn't stream game dev, then I had to be strict enough to dedicate time in the day to work on a game, and that didn't always happen. I'd go down some rabbit hole, or I'd be working on work stuff, and I wouldn't get to it. So calling yourself out, good. Yeah. I think it's all about being accountable from my perspective anyway. I felt like if I streamed games more, I'd be more accountable for finishing them rather than just like working in private and just posting videos on YouTube of my progress and, nothing really to keep me not motivated, because I was motivated, but just to make me keep a strict enough offline schedule that I would be working on games. So, yeah. So that's the plan, and that's why, aside from Mix It Up Mondays, when, since we don't have Sandbox Saturdays anymore, Mix It Up Monday, anything goes. The rest of the week, I want to really throw at getting the game sorted, especially now we're so close to having a Steam store page that people can wishlist.
Alright, I take the message. You just want to squish me. Okay, I can be squished. No more squishing!
Okay. Right, well, you know how squishy I am, right, buddy? I'm trying to diet, but there's still an element of squishiness there, so yeah, very squishy. Thank you. I think. Funny, because I was in Fresh Meat's stream last night, Freshie, and I played the drop game, and I found a funny squishy emote, which is this one. Oh, hello, Steve. Oh, you lose. Didn't didn't stomp up and down on my head that time, Dark Muppeteer. We got all the draw. Oh, there was nearly a collision there. Careful, careful, careful! Don't. Oh, oh! So close, so close. Yeah, we don't have any alcohol here, but we do have booze. Reminds me of that scene from Hook. There you are, Peter. I don't remember that scene. I do like Hook. In fact, it's one of my favourite pinball machines. Oh, iOS, lovely. It's one of my favourite pinball machines, Shark Geek. I don't know if you've ever played the Hook movie pinball machine. It does, in fact, when you do a certain thing in the game, on the pinball table, it goes bang-a-rang. It's very good. If I got into a position where I could actually have the space and the money to buy a Hook pinball machine, I would definitely do that. Where the kid pulls back Robin's wrinkles and finally recognises him. Ah, yes. Yeah, you kind of butchered that, Pirate, didn't you? You know, sequel would have been a better way of pronouncing it, given that that was the word that was intended. Make a virtual table. What, just like rip off the IP and just make a Hook pinball in Unity. Love that movie. Much cheaper, and you can have every table you ever wanted. Yeah, so if anybody took a look at my itch page at any point, you would see I did actually have a pinball game on there. Pinball game in question, we scroll down, 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 is Flipping Spooks. This one here. Lurk and scavenging for food in the kitchen. Happy scavenging, buddy. Thanks again for the raid. Love your face. Now I have a virtual pinball table with 200 plus games, including Hook. Do you have a link to said table, JD? Yeah, so Flipping Spooks was I don't know, it's been a while. Do we have any dates in here? I don't think we do. More information maybe? 2018, so 7 years ago. Almost to the day, I created Flipping Spooks, which was a spooky pinball game. I started off on Unity with a tutorial about how to create a pinball game and got the basic table mechanics together. And then I started adding in assets and tweaks and multi-ball, like you can see here, so you can get combos. Add the digital board at the back, like a pinball machine. Got the flippers down here. There was a big spider over here that had little baby spiders, and when you shoot the ball around this side part, it triggers Mama Spider, and all the little spiders come out and run across the table. And yeah, I had a lot of fun with this. All right, I'll take a look at that link in a minute. Just have a quick look at this video. Squash and stretch of the cannon that fires out the ball. And here's Porky the pig. Pig ogre that apparently walks through gravestones. Look, doesn't care. There's your multi-ball. There's all the spiders. And there's all the balls. Look, loads of balls on the screen. What?
I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
What in the world? What is going on?
Hey, Venom, how's it going? How's it going, Distance?
Rude music. Hold on, please.
Yeah. Also, don't actually quit your job. Don't actually stop eating. I don't know where all this, all these random life advices are coming from. On Discord and such.
Lana Lux. Oh my goodness. We are honoured. a raid from one of my favourite game dev streamers in the entire world. How's it going, Lana? What were you up to on stream today? Welcome on in. If ever there wasn't a day when I wanted one of the most popular game dev streamers on the platform to raid me, it might be when I'm doing my Am I Kenuff challenge. Look, people are turning me into Ken. This is not funny. And we're playing the soundtrack from Barbie, original soundtrack from the movie, for the whole stream on loop. Look, it's just going crazy. How are you doing, Lana? Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. So if you haven't watched one of Lana's streams, not only did Lana feature on Science Stream's Women in STEM recently, there's a fantastic interview if you go back and look at Balint's VODs, but Lana is one of those game devs that kind of, we love, but also, we wish we were as talented as, because when I go into Blender and I'm like, oh no, I've pressed E and now I'm extruding a shape, and that's about my talent in Blender. And then you watch Lana, she goes into 3D modeling package and is like, okay, here we go. Look, I did some extruding, I did some painting, I did this. Look, now we have this character for the game. And I'm like, how? What kind of wizardry is this? So if you're not already following Lana, you definitely need to get yourself over there. Tell us what you were working on today, Lana. I didn't manage to catch. Congrats on first, Slater, which is a Twitch thing me and Slater do. Congrats on first, Slater. Good to see you. M Audio, also a fantastic streamer. And I recently participated in the Irish John Games Journ Jam, as did somebody who had M Audio and Lana Lux on board with them doing voiceover stuff. Yeah. It might be a man called Robin, possibly. So welcome in, M. Good to see you. Dark Muppeteer, also from the raid, and was already... links anywhere for Lana's game. I feel like we have... Don't we have a Lana... I thought we had a Lana command. Where did the Lana stuff go? Hold on. Pro streamer here, obviously prepared for this fantastic raid today. Is it Lux? I did have a command. I promise you there was a command in here. But anyway, if somebody has a link, please, to Strain, because I know Strain is the game that Lana's working on.
So, one of the biggest trolls we have here that usually comes out of lurking to throw a spanner in the works is Code with TD. So thank you for this, TD. And as Jits Gamey in Witness Protection, I'm going to carry on catching up with chat. Years and years of dedication, the life is yours, welcome in, and you're absolutely right. It's crazy how much effort, how many times, and how long the streams are. The effort Lana puts in is crazy town. Ads, no, not ads. Dang it, ads. Muted. No, I don't think I'm muted. Who deleted the streamer? Yeah, that would be Code with TD, thanks. Thanks, TD, for that. Appreciated. Alright, check out all things Lana Lux.
Thank you, Balint. I appreciate the link. So we have the Instagram page. We have the Twitter.
What's interesting is that the twitter.com links still work. How long has it been called X now? I guess they're just going to have that up as a redirect forever. Unsquish me.
Thank you. And there, in fact, is the link for Strain that I was talking about. Thank you, Blint, for the link. I appreciate it. So if we can, in fact, I feel like 98% of the soundtrack for the Barbie movie is Lizzo, but I could be wrong. All right, let's take a look. Strain. All right, it's pinned to the top of chat if you want any of Lana's links, everybody. And as you can see, when we opened it up, I am logged into Steam, and it does show on wishlist. I don't know why I'm not following, but follow and on wishlist. Story-driven survival game taking place in a neon apocalypse. Stuck within the city walls, you must scavenge for resources, craft, cook, fight off raiders, and join a faction to work your way to a position of power. The fate of the city rests in your hands. Look at this, it looks amazing. And break over. Please repeat all the nice things you are saying about me. Yes, so I was saying M Audio and Lana Lux, I believe, just helped Robin out with some voiceover work in the recent Journ Jam game jam. And Robin's game was actually one of the most impressive in the jam. And I say that as somebody who submitted a game myself. I mean, if you don't think that looks beautiful, then you might need to get to the opticians and maybe get some glasses or some new glasses, because that looks fantastic. That is an amazing trailer. These stills. Yeah, so if you want to see this game being worked on, absolutely drop Lana a follow. Crazy talented. I'm not sure what else to say, because it just, every time I see this game being worked on and see the dedication that Lana has to the game and to the field of game dev itself, it's crazy. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Good to see you. I am Unity game dev, Bit Gamey. Some people call me Lee, and I work on a game called Rescue Ball, which looks nothing like this. Not as good as this. So please don't run away straight away. Show Unity. We're actually we're looking at the game at the moment. We have an intro scene with a newsreader. We were just trying to find some new animations for. The main level, the high-level plot behind the game. Clayman, welcome on in. Good to see you. We just had a raid from the amazing Lana Lux and her peeps, and I'm just covering Rescue Ball real quick. So the idea is we have this Japanese city. This is the city. This is the water. Underneath the water is a sea monster. And you play as this rescue ball over here. You roll around the city, picking up people and taking them to higher ground so that when the city floods, they don't in fact get drowned. So when we hit play, what the player will see is on the right-hand side, the left window, for those people that are unfamiliar with Unity, the scene view is where the dev can work in it. Canu be 2? No. So at the moment, I have the key press to trigger the sea monster. And at the moment, he comes up out of the water, looking pretty angry, shoves all the water into the city. The city gets flooded, and you need to make sure that as the rescue ball, you are up on higher ground when it floods, so you don't get caught in the floods. And in the times when the water subsides and the city's not being flooded, that's when you have to rescue all the peeps. We have a live car system. We've got cars driving around. That's these green lines that you can see on the left. The cars don't run into the pedestrians, thankfully. And it's hopefully going to be my first Steam Store game. We're just working on getting a page available for wishlisting at the moment. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have that available for wishlisting. So, good to see everybody. It is not only talent. Let me just take this call real quick. Sorry about this. Sorry about that. That was Firefighter Gamey. One of my kiddos is a first responder, firefighter, paramedic, and just had a quick question for me. So it is not only talent, but also thousands of hours of focused work. I would say probably tens of thousands. I think thousands is probably selling it short, but yeah, I'll take your point. Yep. Ken, what 2? Different IP. Ken likes Barbie. Pass it on. Okay. Grapes. Got it. Lizard. Grapes. Lizzo. Lizard. Got it. Okay. Also, hours of ahoo. Yeah. That question was, is there a fire? No. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. So she's not actually working today, but she had a technical support question. So that was me doing my dad tech support bit. Alrighty, so what we were working on earlier is in fact a new animation on the intro news scene. We have the newsreader reading out in Japanese. We have the UI set up for the scene, mostly in English, and we need to work on the layout and look up some sample breaking news scenes on Japanese TV channels to see how they approach what's displayed in Japanese, what's displayed in English, what's generally appropriate for scrolling, what should be static on the screen, and things like that. But part of what we need to do, the animation when I set this scene up originally had the newsreader a little bit too animated, as you'll see in a moment. And we were looking for an animation that's a little bit slower, a little bit more sedate. As you can see, he gets a little bit excitable. And I get that he doesn't have any pants or trousers on. With the original design of this screen, the bar at the bottom where it says marine mammal sightings are on the rise, that was actually a solid block behind it, so you couldn't see him. And eventually you won't actually see his legs. So for those people that think, hang on a minute, shouldn't we put some clothes on that man? That's why. So if you speak Japanese, you might understand what he's saying.
怪獣の目撃情報が増加しています。住民の皆様は、洪水の危険が迫っていることを知らせる警報サイレンに注意し、危険が去るまで市内への立ち入りを避けるよう勧告されています。目撃映像が続々とこちらに届いて確認しています。皆様大変気をつけてください。
And that's the end of his spiel, which, in a nutshell, is maybe don't go into the city because there's a big sea monster and the risk of flooding. So, yeah, if you could steer clear. So, did you get all that, Moxie? Were you able to pick up on all of that? Does BitDaughter speak proper English, or has she been in the US too long? So Firefighter Gamey actually moved to the US when she was 5, 6 maybe? 5 or 6. And so, yes, does have an American accent. And, you know, people don't say to her, oh, where are you from? You sound British. Or like they say to me, where are you from? You sound Australian. So, yeah. I think that we don't have accents. You have accents. Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm the only one that has an accent. So, yeah, my kiddos do have American accents. I'm the only one that's a bit of a weirdo. So, here we go. It is what it is. You know, it's just a cross I have to bear. It's my own fault for moving to foreign lands, right? He's basically just asking for grapes and beans. See, Dharma Patir must speak Japanese too. If you don't speak Japanese, that bar censoring him gives you strange context clues. I like how the camera zoomed into the underpants. I mean, it's not... Okay, all right. I can't argue with that claim on it. It is true. Don't sell yourself short. You're a lot of wit. Aw, JD, you are just too kind. Thank you. I appreciate that. Possibly. Yeah. Anyway, I've drank too much coffee today. I need to run to the restroom, so I'll be back in 2, possibly 3 minutes. So in the meantime, you can play the drop game to try and win a sub. You can do some fishing, and I'll be right back. Rigged and scammed. I mean, I thought about rebranding actually. Bit scammy because, you know. No, I didn't. What's scammy and what's rigged? Is it because people weren't winning the drop game? There is no fish. Wait, what? Maybe it's restocking after I caught the legendary golden shark earlier. Wait, there's no fishing? How did my fish break? My fish were working fine and now my fish be broked. All right, let's hang on. For everybody that fished and didn't catch any fish, I've already activated an automatic refund. Just a heads up, okay? So you should see the money you paid to fish back in your account as we speak. I guess there's been an update to it. I just tried to relaunch it and it said it's installing an update from Steam. So come on, fish. It's getting there slowly but surely. Yes, that. All right, here we go. It's opening. Alert bait. Here we go. You'll be able to fish before you know it. I was going to say, maybe the update, they finally fixed the outage message, but no. Ocular Malice, how are you doing? Welcome on in. All right, now we can fish again. All right, apologies for fish being balked. There we go. Alrighty. Back to the half-naked newsreader. So many grapes. All right, so I think what we need to do is we need to have a look in the asset store and check out the animations that we already have, because the animations in Mixamo are just not cutting it for what we need for Mr. Newsreader. So show browser. All right, so in the asset store, we're going to go to My Assets, and we're going to have a look in the animations that we have, see if we have anything relevant. And what we can also do is we search for, actually, what about reading animation? Yeah, search results aren't great for when you're looking for a specific animation. Search for reading animations and it comes back with monsters. I don't know any monsters personally, but I'm pretty sure there aren't many, if any, that can read. So 250 plus outdoor sit-down animations. That sounds good, but it's not a package that I have. See, they restocked. We have more fish. The song Holy Diver was written about tiger sharks. All right, then. All right, so for those people that have DM'd me on Discord, I will take a look at the messages after stream. Thank you very much. All right, so let's see if we can drill down and see what animation packs I do have. So if we look at an existing animation pack on the store, so for example, this one here, and check out which category it puts them in. It is 3D animations. So if we go back to My Assets now and look under 3D animations, Looks like I have 63 packs. Okay, and that's as far down as we can drill down. We can't look under specific animations. So apparently I have 63 packs of animations. Yes, but it's also a metaphor. Okay. All right. So, Qigong animations. I think this is more going to be like yoga, Tai Chi type things. I'm not sure there's going to be anything relevant in this that we can have our newsreader doing. Yeah, these are... We want a very subtle idle animation for the newsreader. I think these are a little bit too subtle. We don't want him going into doing the downward dog or something. Archer animations, no. Spellcasting. Free sample animation set. Not only a 6-pack, but even a 63-pack. Yeah. All right, so this is too small to look at. I think we need to view full details in a new window. And then let's go here. And it's on YouTube. We can open up a YouTube window and see it somewhat larger. "41 in-place animations." Maybe there's something in this pack that we can find. Oh, that's also quite tiny, isn't it? Item pickup, ladder, lift, stairs, female locomotion, male locomotion, dash, dodge, roll, cover set. Resource gathering, storage units, survival, push set, pull set, narrow passage set. Maybe not. All right, so not the free sample animation pack. That's not going to work. Parkour. We don't really want a newsreader that parkours. ARPG, rifle stuff, Wild West. Free those who fighter animations. So these are fighting ones. That's not really going to... We don't want an aggressive newsreader. Also, he doesn't have a sword. Animation pack, basic, motions. Let's have a look. Unfortunately, animation pack basic motions is no longer available. Well, that's not great then, is it? What about Poly One Studio? Are they still on the asset store? They are. I guess they just took out that particular pack for some reason. Sorry, JD, that was going straight through me. Okay, so the only way we're going to find out what's in this pack is actually to load it into Unity, because none of the screenshots really give us too much information, and we can't look at the original post, the original asset post for this, because it's been pulled off the asset store for some reason. Even though it didn't appear on the store, well, the last time it was updated, I guess, was May. But what we should be able to do still is open in Unity. Let's try that. Speak for yourself. I might watch the news again if they read it while doing parkour. I mean, yeah, it would definitely make you less focused on the stories, possibly, and more focused on how accurate their parkour mad skills were. Yeah. Show Unity. Okay, so 100 people, animated characters. That's not the pack, is it? Open in Unity. Let's try it again. All right, animations pack, basic motions. Unfortunately, this package is no longer available. So will it not even let us download it? Because usually, yeah, we don't even have a download button. It's been pulled completely. So even for those people that own it, can't download it anymore. That's disappointing. Although looking at the animations that are in there, angry, climbing down wall, dying, happy, idle. Idle possibly we could have used, but anyway, it's not going to happen now. Show browser. Free cooking animations. We're going to have a newsreaders doing cooking? No. Throwing, sword and shield, sword, knife. Cinti animation idols. Can we use any of the Cinti animation pack? Cinti has some good animations. This pack also last updated in May. Let's have a look. Let's view full details. Let's have a look at if they list all the animations. 330 handcrafted animations. You think we'd be able to find something in there, wouldn't you? Possibly. Let's open it in Unity and let's see what we have. Show Unity. All right, so we download. Because what we also need to remember is when the newsreader's sitting there very calmly, very serenely saying, don't panic, we want people running around, flailing their arms and panicking. So maybe there's also an animation in the Cinti pack that allows us to pull that in as well. All right, so it's downloaded. Import. All right, here we go. Import. Importing package, copying files, 330 animations. I think it wouldn't take that long. Only a 70 meg package in size, looking at that. There's a lot of files, but it's not huge, so it shouldn't take too long. All being well, as soon as we see this nice little Unity buffer circle disappear, we should be good to go. Compiling scripts, completing domain. Here we go, importing. When it's finished importing, we can drag it into the BG animation folder just so we can maintain our structure, our asset hierarchy. So the good thing about Cinti is they have some impressive demo scenes. So I'm assuming there is a demo scene that comes with this we can go into where we can just hit play and we can see a whole bunch of characters just doing all the animations, or one character that they cycle through the animations so we can see them without having to load them all in or apply them all to our character. There's quite a few, so 804 files and 330 handcrafted animations. What's interesting is in the description page, they don't even really give you any indication of what the animations are. There are some listed, obviously, in the video that plays when you go to the page, but you think they break it down into idles, runnings, walking, but no. We're having to load them into Unity so we can see what's going on. And it looks like it's almost finished. There it is. All right, we'll close down this camera. Go to BG animation, drag the Cinti folder across there. All right, so now inside Cinti tools. No. Must have a demo scene, right? They have a demo scene for their 3D models. I'll be surprised if they don't have one. The animations, polygon animations, masculine. Wow, no scenes, but they are nicely labeled, the folders. So arms folded. Looping. I don't think newsreaders would sit there with their arms folded, would they? No, I don't think so. Okay. All right, so not arms folded. What else can we go back to for masculine, since we have a male newsreader? Base stances. I mean, it's an idle. It's a bit too idle. We don't really want him that static, do we? We are manipulating blend shapes on his mouth so that we can see him talking. But, you know, it'd be nice if he moved a bit more. Plus, bear in mind, we're only seeing him from the waist up. So if we did use this animation, he's just going to have his arm straight down, which I don't think newsreaders do that either. So, yeah, maybe not on the base stance. Don't have anything that says reading. Board. Hold on. I've got to think we're probably going to see like this part of him. Oh, we don't want him kicking stuff because he's sitting down, allegedly. Not going to be swinging his arms sitting down either. All right. Check watch. Yeah, he's not really going to be checking his watch, is he? Come on, Cinti, you gotta help me out with this. He won't be drinking, he won't be eating, won't have his hands on his hips. Head nod. Will head nod possibly work for a newsreader? No, that's just an acknowledgement head nod, isn't it? Oh, it's like his head's on a spring. Doing. Nope, none of those. Head nod, head shake. I mean, a newsreader wouldn't generally shake their head in disappointment like that, but I feel that possibly that could feature as part of a chain of animations. We could maybe put it in there somewhere. Inspect. Inspect hands. No. Inspect hips. Inspect torso. No, these are all good animations, but just not fit for the purpose that we need to use them for. Lean, is that just leaning to the side? Arms folded base, hands on hip. Nope, not leaning. Look, okay. Look down. And would he be looking down at the papers he was reading for the story? It's all auto cues now, isn't it? So I'm not going to be looking down for that. Look behind. What he could possibly do is, if we're having people run across panicking and running across the screen, he could maybe follow them with his head. We could do that, but we don't really need an animation for that. We can just rotate the head and do a look at to follow the person running across the screen. All right, so I don't think we're going to use looks. Pick nose. I think probably one of the things. What?
The dark room and that hat is giving off serious.
Joanna, how are you? Sorcery Story, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Good to see you. I haven't stopped by your stream in a while and I feel ashamed and embarrassed about that, but I do promise to catch up with you soon. I'm already following Joanna. I do follow Joanna and I have notifications enabled. So I do keep getting the notifications when Sorcery Story goes live. But welcome on in, Raiders. Good to see you. Thanks for the raid, Joanna. What was happening in your stream today? What were you getting up to? Spill the tea. Tell me the stuff. Things are going good today, yeah. We did fill the Am I Kenuff challenge, as you can see here, which means I have to play the Barbie original soundtrack from the movie on loop for the whole stream. And if anybody puts Ken in chat and it's not during the cooldown, then I do turn into Ken. This is all because I said how much I despise the Barbie movie, which I guess is a hot take because it was very successful, but I didn't actually enjoy it. So it's a way for people to get back at me for that comment. Yeah. I don't worry, I'm busy myself, so I totally get it. Yeah, busy. Always something going on. If it's not online stuff, it's IRL stuff. Spent half my afternoon fixing a bug that was fixed with a single line of code, setting a variable to false. I mean, the only thing that would make that worse, right, is if you were online and you were streaming it and people got to see it. I did the same thing myself once, just so you don't feel too bad. I did the same thing. I spent a whole stream trying to fix a positional issue in Unity, and it turned out I couldn't understand why I had a ball. There was a dog playing with a ball, and it dropped the ball out of its mouth, and then I went to have the dog go and pick it up, and it didn't know where the ball was because it wasn't reporting the position correctly. It was a local position issue. I was reading the world position. Yeah, I felt a little bit stupid at the end of that because you're like, that is a rookie mistake. What am I doing right now? But you know what? It just shows we're human, right? It just shows we're not using AI to try and create our stuff for us. So I totally relate. You have my sympathies for that. We've all been there, exactly. Well, you know the drill, Joanna. Throw in your links, please. We want to see all the stuffs. We want to see what you have to show the party people, even if it's not links to the game itself, links to your socials, whatever you'd like to share. But welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. If you're not familiar with me, I am BitGamey. Some people call me Lee, and I work on a game called Rescue Ball, which has Katamari Damacy mechanics. So if you've ever played the OG game or one of the spin-offs where you roll around as a ball and you pick up stuff, in my game you roll around as a ball and you pick up people. Yeah. So what we were doing today, we were working on the newsreader scene where we have a newsreader, funnily enough. This guy here that reads out the breaking news to say there is a sea monster. And this is kind of the intro scene before it goes to the main scene. And in the main scene where you roll around trying to rescue people, which we'll call main level, there's a sea monster. Yeah. If you didn't guess it from the fact it said sea monster in the breaking news story. And the sea monster is not very nice. He gets upset very easily. There he is, look, under the water. And yeah, So he comes up out of the water and tries to flood the city. So you have to rescue the peeps. So we'll kick it off right here and just show you real quick. But at the moment, I have a keyword press to trigger the flood, which I thought F might be a good key. F for flood, of course. And so if we press the F key, up he comes. Look, he's all kinds of angry, and he shoves all the water, which will look better in the finished game. He shoves all the water into the city, floods the city, and you have to make sure you're on higher ground as the bull when the city floods, because, you know, it'll be game over if you get caught in the floods. And you roll around picking up the pedestrians. Drivers don't care that it's flooding. They just carry on driving around. And you have to see if you can rescue all the people. So, currently working on the game, currently working on a Steam page that can be wishlisted. And eventually, hopefully, we'll get there. I feel like it's always something simple like that when you really hit a snag. Yeah, it is true. Oh, I can show a small animation I've got on my social media. Just a sec. All right, no links for the game yet, though, sadly. It'll come in time. Yeah. If you haven't seen the game that Sorcery Story is working on, it's quite delightful. I enjoy watching Joanna working on it. He gets upset because you keep calling him a monster. Wait, what? Looking pretty cool. Thank you. So while we wait for the link from Joanna to the socials or the animation, we can probably switch back to the newsreader intro news scene. Here he is. Okay. All right. So the animation we have working right now is a bit too animated. We want him to be a bit more calm. The whole joke about this scene is he's going to be calm reading out the story, telling people not to panic. And meanwhile, people are going to be running in the front, possibly the back of him, panicking and waving their arms. And he's just going to be sat there calmly reading out the news story. So, poor big guy that lives in the sea. Poor big guy. Here's the sea monster that terrorizes the city and floods the city, possibly drowning people. So I'm not sure we're going to have too much sympathy there, Dark Muppeteer, but yeah. Yeah, this is not the sea monster, okay? Wearing the shirt and tie.
住民の皆様は洪水の危険が迫っていることを知らせる警報サイレンに注意し、危険が去るまで市内への立ち入りを避けるよう勧告されています。目撃映像が続々とこちらに届いて確認しています。皆様大変気をつけてください。
So we did manipulate blend shapes to get his mouth moving randomly. Obviously, we're not syncing it with the actual words, as you can see, because when the audio finishes, he's still moving. So that's something else we need to work on. Once we have an audio clip finalized for his spiel, his news story, then we will, obviously when he finishes doing the news story is when it's going to move to the next scene. But for now, while we're testing, he just carries on jibber jabbering, and it's like his mic is muted. Yeah. So thanks again for the raid, Joanna. If you're not already following Sorcery Story, you can do the thing, okay? You saw the clip there. You had the link at the top of chat, and if you missed it, if you missed clicking the heart at the top of chat, just click on Sorcery Story in the chat. Just click on the name, and then I don't see it because I'm already following, but you see a follow thing. I just see a white filled in heart because I'm already following. Here's the latest recording I did of the game. Finished some animations recently, including a mining one. Speaking of mining, I have fond memories of playing an arcade game of, I think it was Indiana Jones, and he was in a mine cart, and yeah, I used to really enjoy that. Tastygraph back and lurking. Welcome back, Tastygraph. We had a couple of raids while you were gone. We had a Lana Lux raid, and we had a Sorcery Story raid. And yeah, we've got lots of lovely people in here right now. And thank you for that follow. And we are just about to take a look at this link and take a look at Joanna's game on Blue Sky. Yeah, buddy. Here's the progress I made this week on my Colony Sim Plus RPG game. Been focusing on animations lately. Created a rough mining animation, which also works surprisingly well as a makeshift planting animation. Show browser. This is fantastic. I mean, look at the animation of the characters. This is giving me real nostalgia vibes. I used to play a game many moons ago that had a. It didn't look this good, but it does remind me of that game. And yeah, I haven't thought about that game in a long time. Am I logged in on Blue Sky here? No, I'm not signed in. All right, I'm going to leave this tab open because if I'm not already following Sorcery Story on Blue Sky, then I need to fix that. Pickaxe's layer should be top of rocks. Pickaxe's layer should be top of rocks. Oh, is the pickaxe going behind the rocks? Is that what you're saying? Another smear effect on the pickaxes when they are chipping away at the ground. Oh yeah, the layering is all off. Still need to work on that. Very nice though, very nice. I mean, yeah, absolutely drop Joanna a follow. Follow on Blue Sky as well. You've got the link there now. Yeah, this is looking great. I see what you mean about the layering, yeah. But even without the corrected layering, it still looks fantastic. Excellent. Helps with communicating the movement. Yeah. I mean, it's very impressive. GG's, I believe it is what the cool kids say or something. But yeah, that's great. Thanks again, John. I really appreciate the raid. Always good to see you. Because I have the I Am Kenneth challenge, as it got completed, I have to listen to this soundtrack till the end of the stream today. So yeah. Anyway. Always a pleasure reading. Always a pleasure to see you. Yes, hopefully at some point we can return the favour. When we're about to raid out, we do, unless it's something like when the Journ Jam's going on, we do always look to see any friendos that I am following that we can raid out too. So yeah, hopefully someday soon we can return the favour, because my extended stream now, here we go. So I used to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then a little bit on Saturday. Now I take weekends off and I stream every weekday from 10 a.m. Central. So it does limit, in fact, how much time I can spend in other people's streams. But it does increase the amount of people that I can raid in a week. So yeah, hopefully we can return the favour and raid Joanna another day. Alrighty, so show Unity. Yeah, so we have this guy, he's the newsreader. We're manipulating his mouth using blend shapes. We're doing it randomly so that, you know, like when you watch a film and you go, oh, the lip sync's off. The lips are not going to sync to what he's saying. Especially given that, you know, some of the text is going to be English, some is going to be Japanese, the audio is going to be Japanese. It's a whole thing. Yeah, no worries there. You'll be more than welcome when you can make it, but no need to fret over it. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, absolutely. We'll raid over another day if we're able to. Or maybe, you know, maybe Joanna's feeling particularly motivated today and might do a second stream of the day. How about that? Maybe by the time we raid out, Sorcery Story will be back on again, possibly, potentially, and then we can raid over. Who knows? Anyway, let's keep people in suspense so they don't know, because we never know where we're going to end up with the raids. I do actually keep track of who I raid and when I raid them, and I also keep track of who raids me. So yeah, I do try and return the favour as much as possible. Shh, Joanna, that's our secret. You weren't supposed to respond to that. Just keep people guessing. unfortunately, no, I'm very busy tonight, sadly. But who knows? You know, plans can change. So if you make sure you're definitely following Joanna and, you know, you have notifications enabled like I do, and then you'll get an email, you'll get a notification from the Twitch app if you have it installed when she goes live next. So, yeah, just do the thing, okay? All right. All right. You know, it makes sense. Not a lot of things I say do, but that does. All right. Just a heads up. Okay. All right. So let me get a quick list together of things we need to look at. So the Steam page we were going to take a look at today, but because they're still asking me to jump through hoops as far as my verification, they want to see my photo ID. They want me to provide a selfie of me holding the photo ID, apparently, because that's what you need to do to get validated on Steam. Steamworks. We're going to have on the newsreader scene, we're going to have Don't Panic, where people run around. Didn't say we end the stream, but thanks, Harrier Cat. If you do need to leave, then hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. I wasn't about to raid out exactly just yet, right this minute, but thank you. Okay, so we need to work on the Steam page, which is going to be another day after I've done the verification. We need to work on the Don't Panic on the newsreader scene, where we have people running around. Newsreader head follows people. It also stays calm. We need to change the newsreader animation. Less animated, so he's not flailing his arms around. Needs to be a bit more relaxed. I wonder, since we want an animation that is so basic, if maybe another stream we can look at creating the animation ourselves, possibly? Maybe? I need to get dinner going, sadly. I'll leave a look though. Thanks so much for showcasing what you're working on as well. I hope you have a great rest of the stream. Thanks again, Joanna. Always great to see you. I'm going to, despite my increased streaming schedule, I'm going to do my utmost to try and catch one of your streams again soon, especially since you just showed us some fantastic stuff that we can see you developing on stream. So, last call, everybody. Click on Sorcery Story if you're not already following. Click on the follow button so you can drop a follow, and then next time Sorcery Story streams, that's not easy to say. Yeah, go watch. Always a fun time. I actually just noticed that I don't know what your main project is. Cutie Kitty, welcome in. Sorry, I did see you make a quick message earlier. I think you said hi. I think we're in the middle of raids or something or other. So good to see you, Cutie Kitty. Bye, everyone, and behave. Yes, please listen to Joanna. Joanna tells you to behave. Do it. Wait, BitGamey has a main project? All I do when Buddy comes here is I say nice things about him and his project, The Unwanted War, on Steam. When he's not here, I give him shout-outs. I try and shove people in his general direction that might be interested in his content. Because, you know, I try and be a nice person. And then Badaki comes in, and how does he repay my limitless kindness? Okay, what does he do? Oh, do you have a main project? I'm going to try and carry on. I'm a little bit sad right now, but I'm going to try and carry on. I'd also say nice things about your main project if I knew which one it is. If only there was some clue, like maybe the stream title might list it, or maybe, you know, I might be working on it for most streams, or I don't know. What other possible
way could we know what the title is of my main project? I don't know. I do not know.
There we go. Okay. It's Homeward Hound that I was working on 12 months ago. You really should come back more often, buddy. You really should. And catch up with me, because I've only been working on this project for about 11, 12 months. But yeah, no, it's totally Homeward Hound. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, for Cutie Kitty and people that pretend they don't know what my main project is, my main project is Rescue Ball. And also, every time somebody raids in, I go through it. But, if I guess that involves, spending time in my stream to figure that out. But, yeah. And that was directed at Bardi, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. Okay. Sure, blow me off the screen. You can't silence me. I will not be silenced. I'm gonna. Actually, you can. There's a turn down for what redemption, which totally silences me. But anyway, is BitGamey, aka Eugene, gonna possibly Dark Muppeteer? I'm on the verge. I'll tell you what. I'm not sure if I've ever been here before the jam. I mean, you have 167 messages invested in the channel. So let's find out when Cutie Kitty first joined and chatted in this stream, shall we? Because there's an automagic way I can scroll back and actually find out that 5 days before Christmas was the first time that Cutie Kitty joined this stream. 5 days before Christmas. Yeah. I mean, granted, the only message that day was good evening, but that was the first time that Cutie Kitty was in this stream. And 167 messages, and 10 months later, here we are. Okay. Hello, On the Verge. I'm Baidaki. Christmas, which year? Christmas last. When I say last Christmas, it means last Christmas? 2024? Okay, so Cutie Kitty, my main project is called Rescue Ball. It's going to be my first entry onto the Steam store. Last Friday, we bought a Steam store page. Now we need to start getting it fixed up so it can be wish listed. So, thank you, Harakat. I don't think there's much out there at the moment. Oh, there is. Something just fluttered away. Oh, possibly on the left side of the camera. Maybe it'll be back before the... Oh, there it is. It's a flutterby. There it is, a butterfly captured. All right. My memory is very fragmented. The defrag has been running for years now. Yes, mine too, Cutie Kitty. Since about probably Windows 95, I think I did a defrag command that is still in fact running. Right, did you decide to do it under your personal Steam account? Don't go there, buddy. Don't even go there. A number of people suggested doing it under a different account, so I created a different account, and then when I tried to log into Steamworks, it was a whole thing, and then because I had to create something on Steamworks, I thought, well, maybe I don't need a second personal Steam account then, so I deleted the new Steam account that I created, and then I went in there and it said, hey, okay, so what's your account on Steam? And I'm like, I just deleted the second account. So I just went with my main account. Rightly or wrongly, that's what I did. So now I need to do the verification. I need to give them my photo ID. I need to send them a selfie of me holding my photo ID for some crazy reason. And then hopefully we'll be up and running. Yeah. So, a quick overview, a quick recap of the main project, which apparently nobody in stream knows about, so I'm going to cover it real quick. We have the main level scene. We have a Japanese city. here is said Japanese city. Yeah. We have the water here, which is the Duke is here. Everybody calm down, okay? The Duke has arrived. So I just got 4 new tyres and an oil change on my car. Can you guess how much it was? I'm going to say $600. 600 US dollars if it was in the US. So this game is called Rescue Ball. We have a sea monster, we have a city, we have residents walking around the city, minding their own business. We have cars driving around the city, and every so often there will be an alert, an alarm that we haven't put in yet. But when it goes off, the sea monster will come up and flood the city, like so. GG's, Captain Crabs. Alright, so here is the sea monster getting angry, coming up out of the water, pushing all the water into the city. There it goes. It's being flooded. Okay. This would be game over because, as you can see from the right pane, the ball has been submerged in the water. Okay. Yeah. So that's game over right there. But if you were sensible enough and you knew what you were doing and you got to higher ground before it flooded, then you'd be safe. And what you have to do when it's not flooded is roll around the city and pick up the pedestrians, the people walking around, if you will, and get them to higher ground so they don't get flooded out. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay. Holy guacamole, £2,400 for the tyres and 17... Got intense. I mean, that seems quite expensive. That's a little bit more than I anticipated. Owning a McLaren is not fun for the wallet. I mean, $1,700 for an oil change. What does it run on? Liquid gold? I was just typing, what's the car? Yeah. So yeah, just a little family saloon, a little run around. Anyone going to make a game where you're a pigeon and get to poop on people's heads? Somebody already has, Duke. Yeah. I think it's called Poopy Bird. Because I said to the developer, do you know what would have been a better possible title for that? Instead of Flappy Bird, something that rhymes with Flappy. That was what I said. So the game that I'm thinking of is developed by Instafluff. How you doing, Tubby? Good to see you. Yeah, Instafluff created a game when he was learning game dev. The guy that actually is responsible coding the drop game, the parachute game. Let's give it a shout out for Instafluff. See if we can get a quick clip.
We should be like, hey, Old Dog Haven.
And there it is. Look, there's the game.
Been able to do as a community.
What are the chances?
Wow! Thank you so much for the bits. Today we reached $1,500, folks. We're gonna do a celebration on Sunday, exclamation point Sunday. Thank you, everyone. And tomorrow we're gonna continue on with this game. Next week we're gonna continue on with this game. Next week is our final week of the...
There you go. What are the chances? We're just talking about the game. We get a shout out for InstaFluff. We get a clip and it shows the game. I mean, clearly the streaming gods are looking down on me today. They've blessed us with some glorious new people from some fantastic streamer raids. And the clips are just working in my favor today. So, yeah. Be back. The missus just dropped a bottle of wine on our Wi-Fi router. Women. I mean, I don't think people dropping things is necessarily limited to the female of the species. That does remind me. Female of the. Let's try again typing when I actually have complete focus on the chat box. Female of the species from space. There we go. All right. Let's have a listen to this one. If you're not familiar with space, they have some very good, very memorable tracks. And where is your Wi-Fi router that you would drop a bottle of wine on it? You don't have it like secreted away in a cupboard somewhere? You don't have it at the side of the room? I mean, maybe if you didn't have it under your bar in your house, maybe just, you know, you could maybe move it away from the bar so you don't drop drinks on it or something. I constantly drop stuff, which is clearly mainly to check if gravity is still turned on. Ever since Newton invented gravity, there is the fear of someone turning it off. That just sounds like a Black Mirror episode waiting to happen, buddy. Yeah. If anybody's watched the latest season of Black Mirror, I was actually quite pleased with it. I did feel like maybe... I mean, it's very hit and miss, isn't it? You never watch a whole season of Black Mirror and go, well, I enjoyed every single episode. I do find that some of the stories are a little bit out there. But for the most part, I do enjoy Black Mirror. Especially when Charlie Brooker said that he wasn't going to do any more, and then next thing you know, there's a new season out on Netflix. I guess money talks. Bum, bum, bum. All right, so now we've shown off. Maybe we need one of those animated GIF type things that some streamers have, like Irish John Games and Clayman Dev. I don't think Badaki has one, but he might. That shows you like the game in progress, or just like some clips and pieces from the game. Hey, back to iOS. Thanks, Dark Muppeteer. No, I only know Cold Mirror. How is Cold Mirror opposite to Black Mirror? If you said White Mirror, I might have got it, but... Or if I'd have said Warm Mirror and then you'd have said Cold Mirror. I must be missing something there. Stop calling me out on that. Clayman and Jern also call me out on that. Well, now, guess what? Big Game is calling you out on that as well. Badaki, with all your talent and all your fantastic trailers and stuffs and content you have, there really is no reason why you don't have an animated GIF of your game yet. My reason is because I don't have enough gameplay content yet to put into said GIF. But you clearly do because you have a trailer. So you really don't have any excuse other than wanting to wind up Clayman and Jern. Oh, Cold Mirror is a German YouTuber from around 2010. How did I not know that with my German heritage and all? And, you know, the amount of time I spend watching German YouTubers of 15 years ago. I'm ashamed and embarrassed, Badaki. I'm sorry. I should totally have known. I mean, my mother-in-law is German. So, no, I'm getting very tenuous links right now. I should just stop. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to call it for today. I think I just might. I had to look it up, but she started her Harry Potter dubs in 2006. That's even, yeah. So 20 years next year. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun watching German VTubers. Yeah, YouTubers, sorry, not VTubers. Yeah. Alrighty, well let's see who's on today. Let's see which one of the party people we can head on over to Raid Out to today. Let's see whether we're going to keep the game dev train chugging along the tracks, or if we're going to raid out to somebody else. Let's see. Let me have a look and see who has raided us recently and who we might be able to return the favor to. We got raided by Freshie. Got raided by Moxie. I don't think Moxie's on at the moment. Nope, Moxie's not on. Let's see, what day are we? Tuesday, so there's no Jern today. We can't go over to Jern for more Jern Jam shenanigantery. So let's have a look. Let's check it out. Let's see who we can head on over to. Aaron's on. Red Cabin's on. Tim is on. Tim raided us the other day. Let's do a Tim raid. Let's take some party people over to Timothy of the Baudet variety. He's been streaming for 9 hours and 21 minutes. That is quite a long stream there, Mr. Baudet. Let's see if we can go over and raid Tim before he raids out. Red Cabin, thanks for the streams. Good fun. Excellent second monitor content while game deving, and I mean that in the best possible way. Tasty Graph, it was great having you here. Thank you. You've been very engaging and a delight, so I'll be happy to see you back here anytime. Thank you for your lovely stream of working on your main. Yeah, so if you're not already following Bardaki, apparently he's working on some war game thing. I don't really know too much about it. I think he's only been working on it for like a couple of weeks. It might even have started as a jam game. I'm not sure, but yeah, get yourself over there for sure and watch him work on his. I mean, he says his main project, but I don't even know if it's on the Steam store yet. But anyway, you should totally do the thing for what's his name again? Bardaki. Yeah, do that thing. Yeah. 54 weeks. So about the same as me then. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for today. Sorry for the wrong raid call out earlier. That's okay, Harrier Cat. I mean, the good thing is, I think we only lost half our viewers at that point when you said we were raiding out, and they thought I was, so they left. But, we'll get him back again, possibly. We only had one of the biggest raids we've ever had before in the history of the BitGamey channel, so don't feel too bad about it. But anyway, on that note, we're going to go across stream ending scene. We're going to type the raid message. Going to go across to Mr. Baudet today. Thanks, buddy.
Oh. Why didn't you stay over here?
There are your raid messages.
There's still a little bit of offset weirdness. It's definitely still an offset weirdness. I don't know if I like that, but you know what? It's kind of working. Let's draw the parents.
All right, so I'll be back. I'm assuming you can hear me now because Bardi decided I was talking trash and wanted to just throw me away. I'll be back tomorrow, which, according to my calculations, should be Wednesday. I'm going to be back on a happy hump day, Wednesday at 10 a.m. Central Time, where we can not be listening to Barbie. I won't be wearing a Barbie shirt, and hopefully there'll be nothing to do with Barbie. I'll disable the Ken command and we can get back to some sense of abnormality. So I'll hopefully see people then. But in the meantime, we're going to head on over to... Thanks, Tasty. We're going to head on over to Tim Baudet, Toodles, Dark Muppeteer, and you say it will be Knuff. Yes, Knuff's Knuff. So we're going to head on over to Tim. You got your raid messages. And thanks, everybody, for all your input today. And I'll hopefully catch up with you tomorrow. Let's go and show Mr. Tim some love.
We're not going to want to draw.
Alrighty, till tomorrow. Bye.